Hello, 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 everyone. This is Lord Commander Dunn coming to you live. This is going to be very, very fun, mostly because I'm going to be live torturing a few people on stream. I feel no shame about this, since I've already seen the video. I am merely sharing my pain. So, allow me to welcome my guests, the venerable and esteemed Dr. Crow.
Hello. How y'all doing?
Doing lovely. Next we have the very, very skilled and audacious Drake the Duelist.
Remember your training, and you might make it back alive.
And last but not least, the lovely and bubbly Neph Champion.
Hi guys! Nice to see you all again. I hate you already.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to have some fun today, folks. We're going to be looking into the eyes of a woman who looks like a serial killer.
Oh my god, yes.
Which, unfortunately, I wish was not, like, she's a good actress, I think.
Maybe.
She has a lot of, like, interesting education, I think.
I wish she would stay on topic. Because the last video you guys covered on Smudcast, she was all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So, it seems people are starting to trickle in. Maybe.
I love these done puns. I love these done puns. I'm absolutely loving these done puns. Keep them going. Keep the done puns going. And keep the daddy
name puns
going.
are the best.
And keep,
they really are.
And you can keep the daddy puns going. One of my favorite moments was when Smud read out, "Will you kindly call me daddy?"
I remember that. That was funny.
Well, we're fortified, I suppose.
Well, at least we all know Dundoos aren't as good as Dundoos are better than Dindoos.
Dunce. Oh, hey, Blue's in the audience. Yeah.
Oh, I love how everybody's just making done puns in the chat to make Neph laugh.
That's
Because stuff is about to come down that will make Neph cry. Oh wait, she's already seen that.
She has seen her part 1 of the daddy video.
yeah, I was there for that. Thank
so
you.
we're watching a part 2?
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
we are
what we're
watching
doing.
part 2.
Okay, something tells me I didn't miss much.
No, you didn't. You didn't miss much at all.
Yeah,
I was on the
she's
fence about going back to that first episode of Last Kingdom. You think I'm going to go back to this crazy animal?
I think Last Kingdom is going to be a palate cleanser for this. Oh,
Oh yeah, Last Kingdom, best show, one of the best shows ever.
best pilot I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Even though it was choppy when we watched it.
Ooh, Blue. Yeah, I've seen part 2. It has been a while, but I have seen it.
I shudder for all the people who go, wait, there's a part 2?
Yeah. As if part 1 wasn't bad enough. Underground Railroad.
At some point, we're just going to make so many. There's going to be so many weird memes of my face related things. Alrighty. Well, here we go. We're going to have some fun on a bun today.
Maybe.
Fun on a dun, you mean?
Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, good Lord. No, Blue, we're not doing that. Just because I have wine doesn't mean I'm going to drink every single time she says, Daddy. I don't have enough to do that. No sound done. You're changing the world.
He's making it bearable, if you don't mind.
Oh, you've got a point, Harper. You've got a point, Hex. We get alcohol poisoning in the first 5 minutes. Ugh.
There are no gods and kings, only daddies.
Oh.
And look, it's better dads, not even good dads, just better dads.
Oh, well, this just shows what she thinks of fathers as a whole. Ugh.
Yeah.
Newsflash, Miss Rotten Fish. Just because you didn't have a good relationship with your father doesn't mean that nobody else does. It felt good to say that.
Who is a good father in Lord of the Rings? Theoden, I guess?
Yeah, he's a
or
good
is she gonna
uncle.
say Bilbo?
Oh,
I think it's like that Gandalf is Frodo's good metaphorical daddy.
If you're gonna talk about fathers seriously and not bring up Theoden's character arc, that is a criminal shame. Because that's also something worth talking about.
That's criminal. And another good dad that I would... Something is wrong when the word daddy appears more often in a YouTube video than it does in a HubFit. Yes, I agree with that. One good father from Star Wars, since we're obviously going to be covering that, good Lord. Not talking about Vader. Owen Lars.
Mm-hmm.
Owen Lars is a good dad.
Yeah.
Technically, he was an uncle.
Well,
or technically, he wasn't even an uncle. He was a fake uncle, wasn't he? Was he an actual, literal uncle, or was he undercover?
Step brother to Anakin.
Okay.
His
so, literal brother. Literal uncle.
Yeah. Literal uncle. But, you know, father figures count, so... Oh, boy. Politics. Oh, God.
What?
No,
Whoever gets their jollies off from this, I pity them.
So do I. I mean, it is a kink, but it's not one of mine, and I never go looking for it, so,
Well, no, I mean, this video fulfills a kink of somebody's.
Oh, good lord, yuck. It's like,
Yeah, it's like how Yahtzee described Bayonetta or Lollipop Chainsaw. I'm not getting off to this, but somebody else is, and that's what makes me uncomfortable.
Uh-huh.
very funny. Vader is a
Alright.
father, but I never call him anything but father. He's a distant father figure, and father is the word you use for someone like that.
And it's kind of, a father is like a term of respect.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
that too. So,
Well, we have procrastinated for 10 minutes, and this video...
I was hoping you wouldn't notice.
and we'll have to
11
cover,
minutes now done.
yeah, and we'll have to cover, like, since Drake the Jewelist had such a violent reaction to it, maybe we'll watch RoboCop together as a group.
Yeah,
And
and I'll
movie
point
night,
out to
and
you
then-
what made my brain explode.
You got like what 100 seconds in, and you're like, done. I am
Yeah.
done. I am
Actually,
outta
you are
here.
done, but
I am finished. I cannot take this crazy woman.
Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't search her out to even test her stuff. Because I already knew I couldn't stand her from just watching podcasts.
Yeah.
I like to
Yeah.
think I have a stronger stomach than this.
I like to think that too, but apparently we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, like when you said smud, you are not.
Yeah, I
Two
did say that.
2 asterisks, all caps, not allowed to cover this woman again.
Yes. Oh. And yet you somehow managed to make him do it again. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
And I stayed through most of it. There was just the last minute that I wasn't able to come because
Oh.
alrighty. Well,
And I only do that because the chat does not allow for changing of the font
yeah.
style.
Yeah, it's italics. And also, this is 20 minutes as opposed to 16 minutes. Aren't you guys so happy?
No, Dunn, we hate you.
No.
You like me. This kind of balances the scales for me, showing you guys Last Kingdom.
After this, I'm gonna go find it again and watch the first episode again.
I'm planning on
Get rid
watching
of this
the second
horrible
episode.
taste that's already in my mouth.
Or watch Breaking Bad, something like that.
Anything would be better than her.
Yeah. Not The Last Jedi, though. The Last Jedi is still foul.
Yes. Yes, The Last Jedi is the exception.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's get going.
Couldn't be bad. So, in part 1 of the series, I talked a lot about how contemporary films use cinematic grammar to frame bad dads as flawed but ultimately loving. Let's take a look at a movie that acknowledges the unloving, abusive nature of a tyrannical patriarch and contextualize it more honestly.
Oh god, she already used the P word. She already used the P word. Can you not go 1 minute without adding politics to this?
Wasn't Thanos in the first video?
Yep. Yeah, he was.
And that was a good dad video?
As long as there's at least one Joker laugh, it should be worth the 20 minutes of daddy issues.
Yeah, that's referring to my laugh.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's basically like, no, Thanos is not framed as wise. He's
At least not in
framed
the movie.
as, he's framed as a man who has a motivation and thinks and has a rationale. Those are two very different things.
Yes, they are.
He's not right. That is never in question. He just wins in the end. I don't care if these idiots say that it's irresponsible filmmaking. It's a part one. It's the first act of the story. Please, like, if you have, like, actual reasons for why it is irresponsible and why it has a bad effect on the culture, please let me know. Because I would like to get a better glimpse into your thought process. Because simply bleating the words irresponsible filmmaking or irresponsible storytelling has no meaning because there is no such thing.
That, and if you were writing it, it wouldn't help you at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And ultimately, like, I don't, like, it's... And ultimately their thing is, oh, it will empower the Nazis. Nazis that we have in our country. I'm like...
What Nazis?
Okay, there are...
I mean, I know they're neo-Nazis, but it's
Well, some of these crazies associate, like, certain sections of passionate Star Wars fandom with Nazis, but it's so different. Yeah.
Oh my.
We're only 27 minutes in. Well, 27 seconds in, we're already like, wow.
I was gonna say 27 minutes in. That went by super fast.
Yeah, it'd be over by then.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's keep going, shall we? Oh look, it's Star Trek Into Darkness.
Great.
Coming.
No, not that Star Trek 2. The other Star Trek 2.
Oh, great. No.
Back in an episode of the original series, Captain Kirk marooned his enemy Khan on a remote planet, study Alpha 5. Then, between the events of that episode and the second Star Trek movie,
kind of got where she's coming from on Thanos being weird. He was framed as a bad, but he also now canonically really loved his daughter, even though he was abusive her entire life. Okay. That's blue.
Yeah.
You know something's wrong when 27 seconds feels like 27 minutes. Yeah.
I think Thanos, like, is just like the archetype, is kind of like more, he's like Tywin Lannister in a way, because Tywin Lannister is an abusive dad, but he's abusive in different ways to his kids. He's very controlling of his daughter. He wants to push his son away from the role that his son has chosen, and then he hates his second son, because he's a dwarf. And tried to control his son and kind of was very petty to his son in terms of his son's love life. And it was very psychologically damaging for Tyrion. but yes, I think that it's like he loved his daughter, but it's kind of in the same way that an abusive father still loved his daughter. I think that there is an element of Thanos where he's just some part of his empathy machine is broken. He's not crazy, but he thinks that he loves Gamora as much as he can love. And it's more like a slightly abstract concept to him.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it is weird, but I think that it's like we're not used to seeing a multi-layered character in Marvel like that.
And whose fault is that? Hint, hint. Disney!
Well, they were kind of one note even before Disney took over.
Well, yeah, I do get that. But before Disney, there was at least some depth.
Yeah. Well, Red Skull had no depth. Same with Red Skull had no depth.
Yeah, the early villains generally didn't, with the sole exception of Loki, which is why he stood out.
Yeah. And then, like, most of Phase 2, pretty lame. Ultron's pretty good as a villain. Winter Soldier and Pierce are really good villains in Winter Soldier. Pretty much the second two Captain America movies have the best villains. I don't know where people are coming from anymore about. Well, I kind of get where they're coming from with Killmonger, but I can't agree with them because Killmonger's just a psychopath. He's not sympathetic.
Yeah, you can tell I tapped out pretty early because I don't recognize those names. I tapped out, and the last Marvel movie that I watched, I believe, was Thor: Dark World.
Oh yeah, that's the worst one.
Yeah, that'd be a good place to stop.
Yeah. Yeah. Black Panther, like, it's okay. Well, it's got a lot of bad writing in it, and the villain is the weakest link in the movie because they're trying to frame him as sympathetic and the decrier of, like, a bad cause, but the problem is he's a psychopath. He's clearly a psychopath, and it's just like, you killed your girlfriend on a whim just because she was being held at gunpoint so she couldn't be used against you. And you showed no remorse about it. You're not a good person at all. And
No.
I think that some of that was, like, I don't know how much that, like, was put into him by his military training because his daddy got killed, but there's still an element of, you clearly are there was something broken in you from the beginning, I think.
Yeah, it was really put into him by the adaptation. In the original comics, Killmonger was kind of one note. He was basically Black Panther's answer to the Bane archetype, the one that's basically, I have all your powers and the will to kill people with them. So you felt that archetype in Black Panther's Rogues Gallery. Then again, Black Panther doesn't really have much of a Rogues Gallery because he kills so much, but that's neither here nor there. Ultimately, I feel the Black Panther movie really did a disservice to the character because if you actually got to know Black Panther, he kicks ass. But the movie did such a terrible job of showing you the Black Panther that he was supposed to be.
Well, that's why these people like Black Panther so much. They identify with the... They see themselves in the freaking villain.
Rather than seeing themselves in the guy who trained all his life and lives on a foundation of respect and wisdom and tradition and uses that to kick tons and tons and tons of ass while being very quiet about it. I would rather people take after that.
Yes,
But they didn't.
please. Hello, Alex Halo.
The fact that Black
Hello.
Panther was probably deliberate, I have to admit.
Yeah,
Because
Captain
he doesn't
Marvel's
have
the
any
worst
problem in
one.
the other movies.
Oh,
Captain
Alex
Marvel,
Halo,
I
we are
didn't
watching. We are watching Maggie May Fish, Alex Halo.
Or we claim to watch Maggie Mayfish, and we take like diversions every 20 seconds.
Miss
Yeah.
Rotting Fish, you mean? Ugh.
Oh, you called rotting fish. I gotta come up with my own insult.
I think Miss Crazy Eyes is the one I'll go with because, like, I don't know, like, it's not an insult to her appearance. It's just a statement of fact that she kind of has the crazy eyes. Like, she doesn't blink.
She does.
She doesn't blink at all. And it's not like a good thing or bad thing. It's just like, you just look really, really creepy.
Yeah. And then there was the bad makeup job in the last video that you guys covered.
Oh
Good
yeah, that just
Lord,
makes...
she looked so. Ugh.
Okay.
Well, she's
And we're-
just horrid.
Yeah. We keep going on divergence, but I'm glad that I at least have, like, Neph.
Backup.
Yeah, I'm glad I have Neph, Crow, and Drake, because I think that out of all of the people on the stream team, you will probably have the most hilarious reactions to it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Here we go.
Crap.
Another nearby planet exploded, resulting in the death of much of Khan's crew. Khan's wife, Marla McGivers, was among those who died on SETI Alpha 5. Khan blames Kirk for her death, which at first seems like a typical "you killed my wife"
You know,
motivation.
it's skipping
Khan uses
around
his
a
wife's
lot.
death as the justification to try and kill Kirk and take his shit.
I shall leave you as you left me.
Oh, sorry. She's mostly just summarizing Wrath of Khan. Or at least, like, Khan's,
Yeah.
like...
"Oh, you killed my wife" motivation. Khan uses his wife's death as the justification to try and kill Kirk and
Is it
take
going
his
okay
shit.
now?
I shall leave you as you left me.
No, it's still skipping.
It's
We
the
need
audio
to-
that makes
Oh.
it cringe anyway. Who cares?
You need to bring the high def down a little bit, I think.
Okay.
It's already at.
Let's-
Oh my god.
His shit.
I shall leave you
Is
as
it
you
going
left
okay?
me. As you left her.
But this murdered wife motivation is not your typical paint-by-number studio decision. See, the reason Kirk marooned Khan...
Okay, I don't think
because
YouTube
that means-
likes her either because that didn't do anything.
What'd you do?
let
Go with the
me-
quality?
I
Huh?
did.
Yeah, he did.
By which I mean the resolution quality. The video is already of terrible quality.
Yeah, the quality's down to, like, 240p. I can lower it down to 140p. Let me stop sharing for a second, and then I'll bring it
Okay.
back. Maybe that'll help.
Laggy Nathan.
Oh, that's a good one. Thanks, Hex.
Yeah.
I already don't find Trek interesting, but it's.
Yeah, I'm not a Trek fan either. I admit that it's, like, good, but it's just, like, it's not particularly, like, my thing.
Yeah, it's not really my thing either.
Yeah.
Like a lot of things, some Trek is good, even great. We don't have that anymore, do we? Discovery.
Even YouTube has limits on how many crazy people they let make videos.
And honestly, we're pretty crazy for watching this.
Yeah, I would say so.
But like, I'm sadistic, and I'm sadistic, and you guys are crazy for letting me rope you into it.
The lag is strong with this one.
The chat often comes up with the funniest things.
Yes, that's why chat is best chat.
Yep.
Raise your leg.
This episode, Khan tried to kill Kirk and take his ship.
Your ship is mine. I have shut off the life support system to your bridge.
That's what Khan does. It's like his thing. He tries to kill people and take their stuff. His desire comes first. His justification is secondary. Khan doesn't form relationships because he cares about people. He forms them to use people, even after their death.
What?
These people.
Lad Commander done. Last comment.
Okay, let's keep going. We haven't gotten to the crazy.
I don't follow her logic as to how this makes Khan a good father, or is she just saying well written?
She's saying well written, and he is a bad dad, but he is portrayed properly, I think, is what she's going for here.
And how are any of the bad fathers in her first video portrayed badly? Because
she thinks Thanos is like framed improperly because of a think of the children argument.
Oh, good lord. No, he was written just fine.
He's like, I think she actually uses, this narrative is utterly hopeless. How many children who have an abusive parent and go to this movie will think, oh, he's the abuser one. Or even how exactly, like, can I get, or maybe even like they're like have their condition reinforced that, oh, my daddy still loves me even though he's abusive. That's her thought process when watching Infinity War.
Then again, we knew she was crazy. God. We knew she was crazy from the get-go because that was the first video of hers we watched.
Yep. You're welcome, everybody. I put that forward, and Smud was live tweeting, well, like live, like Discord texting for like an hour, and then she's like, "I need to do an emergency stream today to exercise this from my system. Who's available?"
Yeah, that was fun. Problem with the Superman examples were simply that Zack Snyder is an objectivist, and the films are poorly written.
Yep.
Wait, Kirk has a son in this movie. Khan doesn't have any kids. What is she on about?
Well, he is the metaphorical daddy of his crew. I'm glad that I've watched this before so that I can explain some of the BS so that nobody can claim we're taking her out of context.
Yeah. Yes, Nova, she has some screws loose. Yep. I don't think she has all her screws, personally. I really don't.
That implies that she has any of them in there.
That's true, yes. There's nothing but mothballs in that head of hers. There's not even a rock, because a rock is smarter than her.
The lady said it, not the woman said it, not the man. Alrighty, let's keep going, shall we?
Yes.
They've advanced man 200 years before you were born.
One of Khan's crew, Joaquin, tries to convince Khan to flee after they've captured the Genesis device.
Full impulse power.
No, sir. You have Genesis. You can have whatever you... Full power! There.
But even when Khan possesses Genesis, a scientific instrument whose purpose is literally to create life, he's still focused on destruction. He refuses to listen to constructive criticism. And then, even at their moment of defeat, Khan, the leader, the patriarch, the daddy, and Joaquin, the follower, the subject, the son,
Very funny,
both
Ken.
unable to imagine
Very
that they were
funny.
wrong. Here's Joaquin's last word.
Lord.
Nice one, Nick. Ah. Very funny. Very funny. I don't think she had any screws, no.
Yeah.
That could be misinterpreted in a different context.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, in
I'm
that
sorry
case,
for
you
putting that image in your head.
Thank you, Dr. Crow.
We love you, Crow. We think you're funny.
Yes, we do.
I know you hate me right now, but
Oh.
is this one of the reasons why you said in the Discord this morning, you scare me? Alrighty, let's keep going.
His superior.
He was trying
Hey,
to say
where'd Crow
one last
go?
time, yours is a superior in.
Where'd Crow go? We lost Dr. Crow!
Oh,
no.
Crow pulled the lit dev.
Oh no! Let's see what happens. Ah! Mm.
Well, at least we still have Neph. Hers is the reaction I am most.
Okay, so he can't do it today. He can't do this. I don't know why, but it's just.
I think she broke his brain.
Already?
We're not even 5 minutes in.
Yeah, we still got a long ways to go. And she hasn't really gotten into the nut stuff yet.
Oh, good lord. Ugh.
Intellect.
A video on
Joaquin has
Daddies
watched
is
his master
nuts stuff.
objectively fail, but to him that is not failure, because in Joaquin's mind, Khan is incapable of failure. It's merely an opportunity to repeat their slogan of racial superiority. Khan, likewise, immediately
Oh, good lord! Screw you, fish! Screw you! Leave politics where it belongs! Out of this! I swear! I swear!
Racial superiority? I thought like all the major players in that movie, aside from like the some of the Enterprise crew, were human.
Yeah.
So is she completely talking out of her ass, or am I misremembering?
Well,
I know
it's like.
Spock was there, but
Well, it's kind of the idea that Mr. Khan is of a superior genome / biome than anybody else.
Oh my god.
and is that actually in the movie, or did she make that up?
I'm pretty sure she made that up.
He did. Well, he isn't really spouting anything about like any racial superiority in the movie. He just wants to kill Kirk, or at least like get his revenge on Kirk somehow.
And she's racial superiority.
Also, that is
I
the
see what you
catchiest
did
avatar
there.
to ever catch.
And it's
Well, we shall keep going. She's going to bring up Luke later.
and she's one of these people who think everything is political. So she puts all political stuff in her videos too. And it's like, lady, Miss Rotting Fish, we do not want politics in our entertainment. If we wanted to be lectured, we'd be watching propaganda.
We don't want moralize we don't want moralizing politics. We want Game of Thrones or Last Kingdom style politics.
Yes, that's what we want.
Where
It's
it's
like, the thing is, it's not that we want politics out. We want their politics out. They have no interest in giving the characters actually any politics of their own. They're just going to give the characters their politics, and it's lazy and stupid.
And like, I totally admit that sometimes I will put some of these people in my books and eviscerate them in fiction, as Geoffrey Chaucer so eloquently said in The Knight's Tale, because it's cathartic. Or
Yeah, because if you write them correctly, you can kill them.
yes,
And that's very cathartic.
yeah, you just you just kind of make them like semi two-dimensional and leave the actual development two-dimensional minions for the actual interesting bad guy.
Yeah. You make them the minion that gets killed off fairly quickly.
Yep. Yeah. Alrighty, let's keep going.
He uses Joaquin's death as an excuse to justify revenge once again.
I shall avenge you.
Khan wants to believe that he's the victim, that he's been wronged. Some people are extremely resistant or maybe even incapable of personal growth. Some people will never pivot to become presidential. And despite his supposed superiority, Khan will never evolve a sense of humanity.
I'm laughing at the superior intellect.
I glossed over this earlier, but Khan's wife Marla wasn't killed in the explosion. She was killed by a little bug.
They killed 20 of my people, including my beloved wife.
Khan could have waged war against these tiny bugs for killing his wife, but he keeps them as pets and continues to wage war against Kirk because he doesn't actually love his wife or crew. He loves revenge. He even seems to respect the bugs. Their larvae burrow into your ear and allow someone else to control your mind.
This has the effect of rendering the victim extremely susceptible to suggestion.
A perfect metaphor for a big bad daddy who just wants you to do as he commands. Early on,
good lord! Could you please use a word other than daddy?
Yeah. Also,
It would be a dad.
so also what I'm interested to see, like, if she, to kind of remind myself, I can't remember how she does this, but I'm interested to see what exactly she says makes Khan different than Mr. Thanos, because they are essentially doing similar things, and yet Khan is a well-written bad daddy, and Thanos is a well-written, if poorly framed in the narrative.
Don't use the word daddy, please.
Yeah. Yeah, especially not like I do think that though one of my favorite like bad daddy lines from a movie is from Freddy Got Fingered. Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Daddy, would you like some sausage?
Anybody seen the Old Boy remake?
I have not.
Oh, hey, Hex! Hey, Hex, how are you? You ready to be tortured?
Hello.
Well,
Well, I just watched the entirety of the first one to catch up and whatnot, and I mean, like, honestly, it wasn't. And oh, sorry, I forgot. I forgot the stream was still on in the other window. Oopsie. I was like, I was just hearing myself all of a sudden. I'm like, oh crap, that's why. I sound like shit. But honestly, like the first one wasn't like that horrible, but in the sense of like, okay, the answer to like all the bullshit with Superman and Batman v Superman was that it was freaking garbage. So no wonder there was these obvious problems with it, because it was poorly written. I mean, as like, I haven't seen Infinity War or most of the Marvel movies, so I can't really comment on that and everything like that. I have seen Wrath of Khan, but so
Yeah, I honestly have not. I've seen Wrath of Khan talked about by Confused Matthew, School of Movies, and various other people, but I've never watched it.
Father, dad, even parent would be better words to use instead of daddy.
Yeah,
Yes.
she has been using that a lot, and it's very weird, and I just keep thinking of
just
other
sucks.
things.
And the way she says it, and I use the word a lot with my own dad, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to use this word anymore. I'm not, if that's what it sounds like. And
I think the worst line was, we all know that incest is bad, so we don't necessarily, so we would never put a president into power who actively wants to plow his own daughter.
Oh, good Lord, there's the politics again. God damn it.
And like, she just says, like, Trump's daughter saying, I want to come with you, Dad. Can I come with you? And she even called me Daddy. I like that. It's like...
Well, she uses more respectful terms, and only when she wants something does she try to butter him up using Daddy. That's what most people do!
That does not indicate he wants... That does not indicate he wants to bang his own daughter. You weird woman.
It's more like he's saying, she hasn't called me this in a long time. It feels good to hear her call me that again.
We're less than 5 minutes in, and we've been at this for an hour. Almost for 40 minutes. Alright. And there's more pain to come. It gets worse. Dunn's
Bring the pain.
Yeah.
Dunn's catchphrase, it gets worse.
And it never gets better.
Yep.
Yeah, it does sound awkward.
Yeah.
Dick, King Lear, Paradise Lost, Ahab, Lear, and Satan are all characters we're meant to read as horribly misguided. They are irrational, lacking in compassion, and lacking in humanity. But to Khan, they are idols and heroes. They pursue their fanatical goals until they destroy everything around them. Thanos and Khan are similar characters in many ways. They both mask their selfishness and ideology. They both assume their own superior intellect and morality, regardless of the violence they cause. The difference between Thanos and Khan is the filmmakers of Infinity War construct Thanos to try to make us empathize with him. Conversely, the filmmakers of Wrath of Khan are more interested in illuminating the hypocrisy of unquestionable leadership.
I don't know if I should call bullshit on her or not, because that does sound like bullshit. But at the same time, I'm not a Trekkie, so I don't know if I can call bullshit or not.
Can you back that up about 5 seconds? I think I missed something there in all the stupid.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, man.
Okay. Construct Thanos to try to make us empathize with him. Conversely, the filmmakers of Wrath of Khan are more interested in illuminating the hypocrisy of unquestionable
No, they're not
leadership.
trying to make us. They're not trying to make us empathize with Thanos.
I think they're both filmmakers are trying to equally make us sympathize, equally trying to make us be sympathize and be scared of the villain, because when Thanos comes out of the gate, he kills half of the remaining Asgardians, or the remaining Asgardian refugees.
Okay.
And he whoops the Hulk very easily.
Makes him cry like a bitch.
Yep. and then like it's revealed that he kills half of a population in order to stabilize it and stabilize its resources. But it's only a temporary solution just because of the nature of reproduction. It's a temporary solution. And it's mainly because yeah, it's mainly because like they thought that having him be in love with the personification of death would be kind of stupid, and I kind of agree with that.
If it was Neil Gaiman's death, that would be a really interesting conversation.
But I bet it's not.
But no, it's not. But it was. But I'm just mixing Marvel and DC stuff now, and it's just like I kind of want to see Thanos ask Neil Gaiman's death on a date.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
It just makes me shrug more
antagonists
and
must
more.
be sympathetic in a way. We need to understand their motivations if we don't disagree with, even if we don't disagree with them.
We do or even if we do disagree with them.
I don't.
Even if we do disagree with them, like we have to understand where they are coming from. Like Thanos, his rationale makes a measure of sense considering his experience. It's not good, but it still works as a motivation.
But you don't need to make the villain sympathetic to do that.
Yeah. I don't think he's like sympathetic. I think like he's sympathetic in the like terms of we can have sympathy for and have sympathy and empathy and understand where he is coming from. He's not just mustache twirling. He says, I am evil for the sake of being evil. I have a legit rationale.
And, well, okay, I do understand the okay, I do understand that, and I do like it, but I also like the mustache twirling evil.
I like the mustache twirling. I like it too, but it seems as though like with Marvel, it's been mostly like one-dimensional loser antagonist, and here we finally get an antagonist who wins at the end, which is just like wow, and we have or at least like wins a pretty big victory against the good guys that they have to then recover from, which is like good. That is good drama. Like have the villain win at the midpoint of the story. Yeah, you can have mustache twirling. Like I think the problem is with like Kylo Ren, they are trying to portray him as sympathetic. But multi-layered, but in reality, he is just a mustache twirling villain.
I don't even think he's really mustache twirling. I mean, he's just more of like this ineffective loser.
He's an edgelord for edgelord's sake.
Yeah.
Well, not. It's like I'm dark and brooding. It's like I'm trying to be sympathetic, but no one really likes me, except for the Raylos. But we don't talk about the Raylos.
We don't because they're crazy.
Because they are not the spawn of Satan, for Satan is Litdev and the Lord Master of at least 3 of the people on the stream.
I liked his interpretation as the Raylo fan club of Innsmouth. That's more fitting.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, they worship the old gods. They worship Cthulhu.
If you want to make an effective villain, then you need to not make him too many things at once. If you want him to be a sophisticated villain, or if you want to make him a villain that's like Vader, then go ahead and model him after Vader. Don't make him a whiny little bitch.
When they first saw his face, it's like you expect him to take off his mask and it's somebody really chiseled and grizzled, looks like he's been through hell, and then he takes it off and he's this bitchy little pussy.
And that's just basically,
Kylo Ren was interesting up until he took his damn mask off. That's the moment that I started hating him.
and
you
just to
heard
say
it
one
from a
thing.
lady, folks.
Yes.
You heard it from a lady, folks.
Yes. Yes.
We have immunity. We have a woman on the screen. On the stream.
And and if you want to make another Luke character, then go ahead and model them after Luke. Don't make them good at don't make them good at every little fucking thing they do.
Yeah, she talks about Luke. She talks about Luke later on, and I think that she loves The Last Jedi.
Of course she does.
Of course,
course she does.
Yeah, she kind of is part of the circle jerk. At some point, we'll have to cover, like,
I would not be surprised if she was a Reylo.
I don't know if she's that crazy, considering Reylos are, like, spawn of Cthulhu. Well, spawn of the butt crack of Cthulhu.
But yeah, I hate these characters that have absolutely no flaws. I hate them. They are not interesting. Rey's a Mary Sue. She's good at everything. Even the things that even her supposed flaws only supposed to make her cuter. No, they do not make her cuter. They make her annoying.
And insufferable.
Yes. Yes.
And, yeah. I love how Hack Fraud Media utterly destroyed The Last Jedi, even better than Mauler did.
I need to go find that review then.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours long, but it's like it's divided up into sections. And he explains why the twist with her being nobody at the end means nothing, because she has not built up that they are important, just that they will come back for her.
So, who is this that I'm looking for?
Hack Fraud
Media.
Hack Fraud
Media. It's kind of a Mr. Plinkett parody, because he was really dissatisfied with the fact that Plinkett did not tear into The Force Awakens properly, so he did it himself. Then he tore Rogue One apart, and then he really tore open the entire back of The Last Jedi.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
The Last Jedi is the worst thing since my son. No, I mean my other son. His name is Ryan Johnson.
That was the actual,
Yeah.
like, the Plinkett review was like a third, less than a third of the length of the Hack Fraud Media review.
I like their banner.
Yeah.
Their banner is amazing.
Yeah, and they're probably going to do a Rise of Skywalker review, but it's
I can't wait for that. I can't wait. Okay.
Yeah,
so...
totally watch that on your own time. Watch Hack Fraud Media's review of The Last Jedi, and please sub to their channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
Please watch that video. It is amazing.
Okay, so I have.
I'd rather watch Battlefield Earth than The Last Jedi.
Yeah, there's The Last Straw Part 1. Did he cut the video up into
2 parts? Yeah.
Well,
The Last Straw Part 1 and The Last Straw Part 2.
I am not seeing a Part 2.
One moment. Let me show it on screen.
Okay.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. Yeah, your wife who is in the chat, Neph.
I knew you would say that.
Well, your best buddy, and it's so cute. I ship it.
Very funny.
Yeah. Oh, baby, load. Okay. Heck. Frauds. Yeah. He also has a lot of like lovely jabs at people like Movie Bob and Patrick Willems in there.
Excellent.
Like he just says the people who liked it, like the ideologues in the media, the pretentious hipsters with a.
When I go
picture.
to his video section, I can't find it, but I can't find part 2, but it's in his playlist, so I should be good.
Okay. We'll just go with that.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back to a much less talented, succinct, and informative person.
Not to mention articulate.
Yeah.
In this movie getting remade, which it did, and a studio being like, we need to humanize this character. Which they did. And suddenly you're casting a more charismatic actor for your villain than your hero. I mean, who doesn't like Benedict Cumberbatch? This trend of humanizing the genocidal maniac is pretty unsettling, and I would argue that
it's more than unsettling, you bitch.
Humanizing the genocidal maniac, like, I don't know, Carol Danvers in just about like every iteration since 2010, like that.
Yeah, that would count. That would count. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I hate her so much. Ugh!
It's like, I don't even like good Carol Danvers. Even at her best, she doesn't gel with me, but holy crap.
Yeah. Well, it's like, how many genocidal maniacs have been humanized?
Way too many. Way too many.
What about when they take, like, humanized characters and make them genocidal maniacs? Cops and Cyclops.
Ugh.
Fair.
Well, I think they already ruined Cyclops even more by making him butt buddies with Wolverine.
Yeah, they did.
Although Wolverine will officially be dead if he's the one bottoming. We know this for a fact.
Yeah, I still remember AVX, and killed Charles Xavier. Why? What was the point of that? I would like to remind you
this trend of humanizing genocide is unsettling, says the communist. Yes.
God moves, man kills. Cyclops talks Charles Xavier out of joining Magneto. Cyclops talks Xavier out of joining Magneto.
And Magneto's the one that's mutant supremacist. And a survivor of the Holocaust. The fucking Holocaust! They want to rewrite his backstory! Don't!
Admittedly, it does get pretty funny when Magneto starts interacting with Hydra, and he hates them as much as the heroes. That's fairly funny.
This is interesting. Alex Shaw actually has been saying that like eventually they will have to rewrite change the character of Magneto to make him, because they either need to make put him in cryo freeze or make him long lived in order for him to still like be like somewhat formidable. And he was like, recast him as Javier Bardem and put him in the one of the Trump's Mexican concentration camps.
No,
and that'll be the same. I kid you not.
No, it won't. That's not. Oh, no, that's not the same. That's not the same.
They didn't even have have to. The X-Men are intimately familiar with time travel.
Yeah.
Or cryosleep. Cryosleep is a fine idea.
Yeah, cryostasis works.
Yeah. I'll have to find... I think it's their Terminator Dark Fate video, which, like, they love Terminator Dark Fate. They think it was awesome. It's like the third best Terminator movie.
Oh, God, no. No,
Well,
if that movie takes care of Sarah Connor and makes her a fucking bitch. No!
Well, it's on their top 2 list: Terminator 3 and Genesis.
No, they actually think Genesis. They hate Terminator 3 the worst, then Salvation, then Genesis, and then Dark Fate.
I thought you said it was their favorite, so never mind.
No,
Honestly, point for point, I hate Genesis more. Because Dark Fate is stupid, but Genesis undermined the entire point of the entire series.
Well, both of them undermine it because the Dark Fate actually kills John Connor utterly,
yes.
And like I don't even like Terminator, but I'm just like, dang, this is kind of raping.
Why?
The timeline.
Why do you do that? Why do you have, you have the Terminator succeed. He has no reason to stay there anymore. And he has no reason to be the way he was in the rest of the movie. He has no reason.
My name is Carl.
Oh.
I have a wife and kids. I said
No!
rapes.
No! The only way that would make sense is if he still learned his lesson somehow. And without John Connor, he's not going to learn that damn lesson.
Because his learning chip wasn't turned on. It just doesn't make sense. It's utterly stupid. And they think it's, oh, this is deep and amazing.
No, it's not, you idiots! It's stupid!
Yeah.
It's stupid and doesn't make sense!
Yeah, eventually we'll... Oh, I need to get Yokai on for the... Maybe we should cover their Terminator Dark Fate podcast at some point. It would be audio only since they don't do that, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a funny story relating to Terminator 3.
Oh.
Nova Roma, would you clarify, please?
Yes,
It
please.
sounds like it would be amusing.
They dug the Terminator franchise a very deep grave, unfortunately. Yeah. And then for the new Terminator, they have someone that is really unattractive. If you're going to go with a female Terminator, make her ripped. I don't care. Make her ripped. Make her attractive. Make her attractive. Give her ripped arms, ripped legs, and something on the body to look at.
You heard it from a lady, folks.
Because yes, I am straight. I do not care. I like looking at pretty girls as much as everyone else on this panel does.
Big old titties, Neph Champion of Rude.
Yes! Give me Tifa! Because I can look at Tifa all day.
Good to know. Let's keep going.
Yes! Oh, God.
And even she just says better dad. Star Wars, The Last Jedi, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, let's keep going.
I'm sorry, Ken said something.
I noticed.
Yes! Here's proof for you all, you idiots! Girls like attractive girls, too!
Not really androgynous women.
Yeah, we prefer people who have a shape, shall we say.
Yeah. And they actually claim that at least Sharon was like, oh man, she's hot. And Sharon Shaw, the wife of the dude who runs School of Movies. it's like, okay, to each their own, I suppose. I think she looks a little bit too like androgynous for my personal taste, but like she's fine.
Androgynous can be attractive, but you have to do androgynous right. The Japanese know how to do that.
Yeah.
We in the West don't seem to know. That's the problem.
Yeah. It just seems as though like they're like they don't really want to cater to male or lesbian gays very much.
Which doesn't make much sense at all.
They're down with like female gays. Like most Marvel movies have like a long shirtless scene, like a long shirtless shot in each movie, where these absolutely ripped guys just don't have a shirt on, but they have like tight shirts. Like when Thor comes out of the shower and Chris Hemsworth, like I think the best description was his abs look like they've been sculpted out of clay.
Yes. He looked
His
like
muscles are made out of cutaneous fiber.
like the Roman statues, basically.
Yeah. Well, let's continue into the world of daddy. Of better daddies. Not even like good daddies, just better daddies.
Oh, and you know by better she doesn't mean good.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear God, I had a terrifying thought. She had
What?
a video about good daddies. She had a video about better daddies. Is there going to be a video about best daddies? Are we going to have to do this again?
Oh, no.
No, I think that
no.
no. Right now, she's doing her series on Zack Snyder, of which the prologue was yesterday, or weird 10-minute prologue that said nothing.
Oh, yeah. I was there to watch that. That was like, bitch, shut up. Look pretty! And you don't even... And you fail at looking pretty!
You heard it from a lady, folks. We're not. It's not the dudes making this comment.
Yeah, thank you for letting me be the one to say all these.
Yes, because on the hierarchy of like people immune to criticism, women are at the top.
Too bad for all of us. I probably don't count. But still.
Your estrogen lets us all shrivel and cower behind you as you're saying all the wrong thing.
Well, you see, Dunn just opens the door and Neph goes out and...
I know what that is. Unfortunately, but in this case, it's funny.
I'm a little bit lost. Please enlighten me.
There's a
Dave
video
Filoni said, yeah, it was Filoni. It was Filoni who said that Luke only opened the door for Leia. I'm not kidding.
Oh yeah,
He
I remember
actually
that now.
said that.
I remember that
Thank you, Ken.
now. Yeah, we have
Thank you.
we have a strong, independent, and lovely woman on our stream team, and we can say we're trying to be polite to this and just say you are factually wrong, woman. Sorry, you're factually wrong, and Neph gets to hurl the insults.
Yes. Because I know we're all thinking it, but you're all too scared to say it.
Well, I'm not scared. I'm just
Well,
like
no. You're too polite to say it, shall we say.
yeah.
We send in our attack, Neph.
Like, I don't think that like she's necessarily my type, like at all. Mostly because she displays a very a universally agreed upon trait which nobody likes, and that is condescension.
God. I mean, arrogance isn't very attractive either, but there are some people who can pull it off because they're just that badass.
Like Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark.
Or Gilgamesh in the Fate series.
Hmm.
Hey!
Or like
Paul Robson voicing Dr. Doom. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep going, shall we?
God, we're not even halfway done.
We're like a quarter of the way done, and we've been doing this for about an hour and 15.
Originates in narratives written around the time the Hays Code were abandoned, when filmmakers started to experiment more and more with narratives that featured outsiders, whether they were non-traditional heroes, anti-heroes, or straight-up criminals, like 1967's Bonnie and Clyde. However, these mid to late 20th century narratives usually featured someone who was conventionally considered outside the bounds of civilized society. Bank robbers,
If they move, kill them.
young people experimenting with sexuality,
We'd be good together.
I'm dating your best friend.
Oh, good
He
lord.
won't mind.
drug dealers, or people in trans relationships.
7 bridesmaids, all male.
Trans relationships?
About
What?
50 other guests, all
Wait,
male.
wait!
Present.
Dog Day Afternoon for that? Dog Day Afternoon for that? For trans? Are you fucking shitting me? That's an old movie! No way there would be trans in that! No way! No way in hell!
Either she's really stupid or the video lagged really hard and there's supposed to be another clip there.
Yeah.
Let's re-listen to that again,
It
because
was conventionally these mid to late straight up criminals, outsiders, whether they were filmmakers started to experiment with narratives written around the time. Pretty unsettling. And I would argue that it originates in narratives written around the time the Hays Codes were abandoned, when film.
okay, so I think for context, she's talking about the not like portraying genocidal maniacs as sympathetic. She's now going into how that probably came about. Okay, let's go.
Filmmakers started to experiment more and more with narratives that featured outsiders, whether they were non-traditional heroes, anti-heroes, or straight-up criminals, like 1967's Bonnie and Clyde. However, these mid to late 20th century narratives usually featured someone who was conventionally considered outside the bounds of civilized society. Bank robbers,
If they move, kill them.
young people experimenting with sexuality,
We'd be good together.
I'm dating your best friend.
He won't mind.
drug dealers, or people in trans relationships.
7 bridesmaids, all male.
Yeah, I
About
call
70 other guests,
bullshit
all
for that. Because that's a 1975 video. And that's before all of this craziness started.
Oh, I would like to remind you, she's the woman who got me to tap out from her RoboCop video by saying RoboCop was a trans icon. So
Wait, what? What the
yeah,
fuck
you
is
know
that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
She said that only 100 seconds in? Seriously?
Yeah, RoboCop is RoboCop a trans icon? And I went, no, I'm out. No, screw you. I'm out.
I mean, transhumanist maybe, but not
No, she
transgender or
actually
any
did
bullshit.
mean transsexual. And the logic is so stupid, I'm not even sure I can repeat it. It's
Oh, I guess it's because he lost his junk and now he's non-binary or some bullshit, isn't it?
It's worse. It's because he has a female partner, and because their hairstyles look similar, she's supposed to be a mirror of him. Not
What?
counting the fact that this
No!
movies and everybody's hair looks like that.
I need to find this video and then just start burning myself with a freaking glue gun or whatever. Just, I don't know. I don't understand. Granted, I haven't seen Dog Day Afternoon, so maybe there's just something about the plot that where this would actually kind of apply.
It's from the 1970s. It's not going to have any of the modern day bullshit in it. It's not.
Maybe she didn't cite Pinocchio.
Yeah, I Yeah. Actually, yes. Yes.
Because he's a boy made of wood, and when he lies, something gets longer.
Yes. Yes. Holy God. I hate this woman. Like when you can't stop watching a train wreck or a car crash. Yep, best friend. Yes. Yes. Ugh.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Members of the gay community were present. We've been able to obtain a still photograph of Leon in his gown.
These movies questioned authority by humanizing characters who were prosecuted, persecuted, or oppressed by that authority. However, as mainstream Hollywood has co-opted these outsider narratives,
Yeah, I saw that asterisk
humanizing
there,
traits
bitch.
applied to genocidal murderers like Thanos in an attempt to make us feel sympathetic for the prosecutor.
You.
And usually white.
God damn it, you bitch! Oh.
Alrighty. Now that we've gotten that out, let's move on.
Yeah. Oh,
Neph sounds like she's crying.
I'm not, but I'm close.
Oh, just wait till she talks about Luke.
That's gonna make me lose my shit then. No, I'm not broken yet, Occupation Army.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
The persecutor and the oppressor. So connecting this all back to reality, we can either sympathize with and humanize a genocidal dictator, or we can abolish ICE. Yes, my heart.
Genocidal dictator or banish ICE.
Really?
Run that wording by me again.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Someone was talking to me. Go back, please.
We can either sympathize with and humanize. So connecting this all back to reality, we can either sympathize with and humanize a genocidal dictator, or we can abolish ICE.
No, we don't. You fucking bitch. That is not an either or. That is not either or. You. Do you understand life? Do you? Do you understand life, you bitch? Do you?
Can somebody tell me what like ICE is?
ICE is
Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. I think that's what it is.
Yes,
Basically,
that's what it
immigration
is.
police.
Yes. Yeah, it's for getting rid of the illegals.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not even for getting rid of them. ICE doesn't actually necessarily get rid of them until they commit some massive violent crime. And usually the problem that they run into is that they've just fled the country when they just ram somebody's car and whoop, 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 and no one can find them again. So whoever their insurance rates are screwed forever.
And then they come back because they think they can get away with it, especially in places that have been told they're not to work with ICE. They let those they do catch and release on those people, and people die because of it.
Yeah, it's like they're not even so much deportation. They're more Men in Black than like rounding people up. They like watch people and make sure they don't do anything stupid.
Yeah.
I can't say how I know that though, because I don't want to dox myself.
No, that's fine. You don't have to.
Alrighty. Let's keep going, shall we? Star Wars, It's Okay to Fail, Daddy. And this is probably the part where she brings in The Last Jedi.
Let's go.
My heart belongs to Daddy.
Speaking of Star Trek, I think we can all agree that Star Wars has a lot to do with the current pop culture obsession with dad stories, since the original trilogy had an unprecedented cultural impact. However,
No! How about no? How about no, rotting fish? How about no? Vader was done well, and the best father in the whole series was Uncle Owen.
And kind of Obi-Wan.
Luke wasn't a father. They wrote his wife out of canon. Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They wrote Mara Jade out of canon.
And I'm very sad about that.
Give him his hot redhead! Please! Give her back! Later, Blue.
We don't want these strong, independent, canonical women. We just want to put our own in.
No, what they want are Mary Sue's, and Mara Jade is not a Mary Sue. Oh, yeah. Lord of the Rings is going to be bad, too. Unless we already got through Lord of the Rings. I don't think we have.
Oh, no, we have not. We have yet to see Lord of the Rings. Her views on... Yeah, it's gonna be...
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna be so fun. So fun. But now we're talking about... But, like, I think that, like, there's just something elemental about, like, a father against a son. I think that's one of the things.
Maybe.
I think that kind of like father and son story is kind of just an elemental thing, like where we have like that generational thing, like we had Zeus against Kronos, and kind of that Oedipal struggle represented. We have a bunch of like Loki being kind of a son figure to Odin and fighting against him.
Yeah, but canonically he was adopted, right? I'm not talking Marvel, I'm talking actual myth.
Okay. Well, let's keep going.
Yes.
unlike a lot of other movies that sentimentalize relationships with daddies, the original trilogy questioned those relationships.
Stop
Darth Vader
using
personifies
that
the fear
word!
that we will grow to make the same mistakes as our parents. As the original trilogy progresses, Luke must confront the evil within himself in order to defeat it. At first, Luke denies the possibility that he could ever end up like his father.
Luke, I don't want to lose you to the Emperor the way I lost Vader.
You won't.
Oh, good lord.
He'll never end up as a cyborg villain.
I'll never join you!
But immediately after that confrontation, Luke is fitted with a cyborg hand. He's in danger of being taken over by the
No! That's not what that symbolizes, bitch! This is bad. This is from back when storytelling was actually done well. Luke needed to have two hands. So they gave him a hand. That's what they did in the prequels as well, when Anakin lost his. It's poetry, you goddamn idiots! And besides, he had to lose at least that hand anyway, so that we could have that scene in Return of the Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, they're handling lightsabers. If you do not know what you're doing, or if you're against someone who does know what they're doing better than you do, you are liable to lose a limb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you need to practice on a hot dog.
There is some element of symbolism, like when he looks down at his own mechanical hand and looks down at his dad and realizes, oh, but that's kind of more because of like the framing.
Yeah, that she's taking it out of context is what she's doing. That's not what this is. He needs to have both hands in order for this to work. And besides, Star Wars is space opera, sci-fi fantasy. The tagline is long ago in a galaxy far, far away. Meaning that they have the technology to do this. So why would you not use the technology to completely replace a hand if you have it?
Yeah.
I hate this woman. Sorry, women. This is falling apart because of this video. Oh. But yes, you're taking it out of context, Miss Rotting Fish. Stop it. Seriously. I don't think you understand what you're talking about. Okay, I think I'm done ranting.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
And his mechanical hand is a great metaphor, because a machine just does what it's told.
Yes, my master.
Vader wants a son who will just do as he's told. I know Return of the Jedi gets a lot of crap for being silly or a mess, but in one of the most anticipated acts...
He wants an ally.
He doesn't want a son who will obey every single thing he says. He likes that Luke can think for himself. Even though that means that Luke jumped away from him down to his death instead of joining him, I think he prefers Luke that way. He wants Luke to join him voluntarily. The word here is voluntarily. Yeah, she took that completely out of context. And no, Miss Fish, Miss Rotting Fish, Vader is not a daddy. Vader is father. It's a sign of respect. So stop using that word.
I guess you could say that she has a daddy issue.
You could say that. And no, she hasn't been downgraded from lagging fish to rotting fish. She's always been rotting fish. Okay. Let's see if we can get any farther.
Shall we continue?
Please, son.
Yeah.
Action adventure sci-fi films of all time. How does this intergalactic space drama about war and evil end? With an act of non-violence.
Fulfill your destiny. Take
No.
your father's place at my side.
Never.
She's taking it all of this out of context.
Luke refuses to perpetuate his father's cycle of violence. And only at the end of all 3 films.
No! No! That's not what Luke is doing! That's not what Luke is doing! You fucking bitch! That's not what he's doing!
Calm down, Neph. Calm down.
I'm sorry, Dunn. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I was about 5 seconds off from counting down our next outburst.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, it's fine. Just.
Yes, Luke refused to fight. But that's not why he refused to fight. He realized he was fighting his father, and his enemy is not his father. So he's refusing to fight his father. That's what that was about. Luke only started fighting his father when his father threatened his sister. That's the only reason why he lost it.
Plus, killing him wouldn't really make anything really better now, would it?
No, it wouldn't. And he refused because he didn't want to kill his father. The only reason he was fighting was because Vader taunted him into it by threatening Leia. And then when he calmed down enough to realize what he was doing, he went right back to, I'm not fighting you. That's all that is. I hate people who take this out of context. Because she's making something out of something that's not there. Let's see how far we get.
To save his son. And it's not a one-sided relationship. Luke and Vader both sacrifice something. What was once a hierarchy becomes an equal, healthy relationship.
How long have you been here? I've got to save you.
Already?
Luke and Vader are each willing.
I'm going to save you. You already have.
That's not what they're talking about when they are saying that. He's talking about bringing his father back to the light side of the Force. And Anakin had already come back by that time. And it was not, there was no relationship between them. Luke wanted to bring his father back from the dark side so he could have that relationship. But, you know, trope, redemption equals death. That stood in their way.
Yep. And it further kind of says, I'm going to save you. And he doesn't try that with Kylo Ren.
No! And if they really wanted there to be poetry to connect the original trilogy and the Disney trilogy, because I'm not calling those blasted movies sequels. They're not. If there was anything connecting those 3 movies to the original 3, then there would be, no, I've got to save you from your stupidity, Ben. Or whatever name they chose to use. Ben does not fit him. Ben doesn't fit him at all. God damn, I preferred Jason.
Yeah. And I have heard that, like, Jason Solo's kind of, like, there's a lot about him that doesn't necessarily make sense.
No, but he's still a better character than Ben Solo ever was.
Should be Ben Skywalker.
Yeah, because Ben Skywalker is Luke's son.
because Ben Kenobi was the man that Luke respected and loved. Han and Leia didn't know him.
No!
Oh, really?
Leia didn't even know him as Ben Kenobi. She knew him as General Obi-Wan. She didn't know him as Ben.
All the time.
Huh?
Han just backtalked Obi-Wan the whole time. I've been around the galaxy a lot, and I have not seen any evidence that there's some mystical force holding everything together. Or something to that effect. Remember that?
Yeah, he did say that in the original movie, yes. I think he might have been lying, though. He just didn't want to admit it. Because that's the kind of guy that Han is. Or used to be. No, wait, I'm sorry.
Remember, the Jedi are dead at this point, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, but that doesn't stop him from coming across someone who is force sensitive, who does something weird.
Although, now that with that one interview with Harrison Ford, like a few months ago or something like that, it's still kind of consistent with the Han Solo character when he's like, the fuck is a Force Ghost?
Well, of course he wouldn't know what a Force Ghost is. Han Solo's not Force sensitive.
Well, that was Harrison Ford saying that, though.
Well, yeah, but that's consistent with his character, too. Because Han's not Force sensitive. He wouldn't know what those things were. He can't see them. And he wouldn't know about them unless Luke or Leia told him. Because, well, Leia we know is Force sensitive because she's Luke's sister. But we also have to see her actually do something with the Force to know that she can actually use it. Unfortunately, the Disney trilogy does not do that.
Well, Mary... but she's Mary Poppins after all.
No, she's not. Yeah. A man chooses, a slave obeys. That's the difference. Vader didn't want a slave. Vader wanted a man. And that man he wanted happened to be his son.
Yeah. He wanted an ally to go up against the Emperor.
And that's what Luke wanted anyway, because he was already against the Emperor. Had things been approached differently, I'm sure the movies would have gone differently, but that wasn't the story that Lucas wanted to tell in the originals. So, we got a badass villain out of it. And that's what matters. A villain that we like because we love to hate those really well-written villains. Yeah, TFA couldn't even get Han and Leia's children's names right. Okay, let's see how long it takes for us to stop again.
In the end, to sacrifice themselves to save the other. Unlike a daddy who pushes his daughter off a cliff so he can get what he wants. Sacrifice would be putting himself in harm's way.
Again! Vader is not a daddy. Vader is not a daddy. Vader is a father. There is a huge difference, Miss Rotting Fish. Do you know what that is? That's respect! Daddy is not a respectful term. Father is.
Come to think of it, is Thanos even literally a father in Infinity War? He basically kidnaps Gamora anyway, and it's implied he did the same to Nebula.
I think the canon is that he takes in orphans, but I don't know because I haven't seen the movies.
Well, I have, and I forget whether that was brought up or not. I think the idea is that they're not literally his kids there either, because they don't have the whole California raisins thing going on.
I hate this woman so much.
When we have to go onto tangents in order to not actually watch the video. How far off are we? 145. Are you kidding me?
Well, at least we're halfway finished. Just about. Whereas if we were EFAP, we wouldn't even be halfway finished now.
Flora done. She's gonna mention Skillshare for the last 3 minutes anyway.
She actually doesn't chill that much.
Oh god, that means more stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like Luke's foster father Lars, Obi-Wan, and Yoda. But Star Wars still...
Yoda was not a father. Yoda was not a father. Yoda was a teacher. The relationships are different, you bitch!
From a certain point of view. A certain point of view?
George Lucas was very much part of the hippie counterculture.
Remember, never trust anybody over 30.
Episode 4, A New Hope, was a product of the Nixon, maybe our leader daddies are bad daddies generation.
No! 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 Rotting fish. No, that's not what that was about. I don't even get where you're coming from with this, but I just know that that's not it. No. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. Do I need to even explain why you're wrong? I probably should. But please tell me it's obvious how she's wrong. Daddy leaders. Ugh. Yeah. No.
In which way do you want me to call her wrong? Because there's so many avenues.
Yeah.
Because anybody with more authority than her, or someone who has more authority than her, a daddy.
As I said,
do you know what procreation is? Has it never been explained to this woman?
Do you understand life? Do you? Do you understand life? Because I do not think you do at this point. I really think you do not understand how procreation works.
She probably is one of those ladies that thinks that babies are literal parasites.
They kind of are, but that's going into something else that's completely off topic. So we'll not touch that, I don't think. But it's just... She has no idea. She has absolutely no idea. Star Wars is a story of good versus evil. The plot lines are not that complicated. They're not. And for most of the story, R2-D2 is a bit of a MacGuffin, I think, to say. Because at least until they get the plans out of him. But it's just... Do we really need to count the ways in which you are wrong? Do we really need to rehash this over and over and over again when you do not seem to understand why?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's only so many times we can say this before we lose our voice and stop trying.
Well, for Yokai, it's insult Batman. For Neph, it's bring up Maggie May Fish. I am compiling the ways to bring you all down with me.
No! For me, it's more misunderstanding Star Wars. Not her in particular. It's going, oh, Star Wars is this, when Star Wars is actually not that.
Star Wars was feminist all along.
From a certain point of view.
Okay, that made me laugh. I needed that. Thanks, guys. Okay. Okay. A story of sons and daughters versus daddies and edgelords. I don't think I'd call Palpatine an edgelord. And I certainly would not call Vader daddy.
No, Palpatine would be the daddy, and then Kylo Ren is the edgelord.
Yes. The edgelord who fails at being an edgelord. On top of that. Okay. Okay, let's try to continue.
Alrighty, let's keep going.
Yeah, please.
20 years later. When he made the prequels, he was in a very different part of his life. By 1999, he was a father himself and a billionaire. So instead of another interesting commentary on parent-child relationships, we end up with an immaculately conceived main character.
Who was his father?
Oh, good.
There was no father. Which is completely unrelatable to any human being living on Earth.
No, 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 no.
Tackles them head on in The Last Jedi.
No.
This is a rare example of a father figure who we know.
No. No. No, you're saying the Bible is unrelatable now? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying. Good Lord.
I'm not touching that one.
No, I'm not touching it either. I don't even know why I brought it up, but it's just... Oh my God, you do not understand what Star Wars is. You really, really do not understand Star Wars.
Yeah.
We should probably rename the stream to Neph Shouts How to Fish for several hours.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yes. Let's see.
Let's kind of...
Which is completely unrelatable to any human being living on Earth. Whereas Lucas seemed afraid or unwilling to confront those issues in the prequels, Rian Johnson tackles them head on in The Last Jedi. Luke is a rare example of a father figure who we know and
No, Luke's not a father! Luke is not a father! Luke is not a father. Luke is a teacher. A bad one at that. If you go by The Last Jedi. But he is certainly no one's father. And Rey isn't looking for a father anyway. Goddamn bitch. Anakin isn't... That's why the prequels are bad? Because Anakin didn't have a daddy? This video just keeps bringing the most weirdest takes. What? Anakin isn't relatable because his birth was an anomaly? That's some form of ist, I'm sure. Disney Luke is literally an incel because they took away his wife.
They took his waifu, so he took their waifu.
Basically. And he didn't even do a good job of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, he wound up taking his own waifu.
Yeah. Then again, if I was in his place and they'd taken away my hot redhead, I'd probably do the same.
Yeah, I'd be super emo too.
Because Mara Jade may not be a nice person, but she's a well-written character, and that is why so many people absolutely adore her. She's not nice. Not by any measure, especially when they first meet. But just give Luke his smoking hot redhead! And no! Do not make her black!
Oh, yeah.
ever make Mara Jade a black woman. Don't. That's not who she is. But anyway, yes, Luke is not a father. Luke will never be a father anymore because they wrote out his wife.
They wrote out his balls, more like it.
They did both. Okay, let's continue.
Okay.
Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master.
Oh no, if she uses the clip.
Luke failed because he bought into the Jedi power hierarchy. In the beginning of The Last Jedi...
No, he didn't! He could not have because he wasn't taught!
Not to mention, there's no more hierarchy. He's the last one. They're all dead.
Yeah, he's the last one. And, Obi-Wan and Yoda did not prioritize teaching him traditions. They prioritized teaching him how to use the Force so that he could get out of sticky situations. They didn't teach him rhetoric. You goddamn idiot! And no! Saying in the books that he found books to study does not count. It's not in the fucking movies. So it doesn't count. If I have to do research and homework to understand your fucking movies, you're making your movies wrong.
Wait, he actually found books? I just assumed that he was training with the Force Ghosts. Like he was learning from, like, Perion and Obi-Wan. And
oh god,
Yoda.
he got so mad she just completely broke up for my audio.
Okay, so apparently in one of the new Disney books, Luke finds either someone to teach him the traditions of the Jedi, or he finds books and records that are supposed to be completely erased.
The
and he
sacred
learns from
Jedi
those.
tokens.
Something like that, yes.
Hex Harper is a man of culture, at least.
I mean, from her standpoint, you could possibly conceive that Luke is restarting the Jedi hierarchy by teaching a bunch of students and trying to get the band back together with a whole bunch of new members. But at the same time, it's just, yeah, this is stupid.
It's dumb. Because Palpatine erased all the knowledge that had to do with the Jedi. So Luke had to cobble together most of his training. And he had to find holocrons and people like him and people who were searching for the information, and even then they still didn't have the whole picture. And when he restarted the Jedi after everything was finished, not everything was finished, but during the lull between the end of the Empire, at least in Legends, and between all the battles they were having with Thrawn, who they also fucked up, he was finding other people like him that were Force sensitive and training them. He was training more than one person at a time because there was only one of him. And 3, because he didn't know what the traditions were, he went a more Green Jedi route rather than the Coruscanti way things were done. He decided that he was going to model his Jedi after the Corellian Jedi, even if he had no idea what they were. The Corellian Jedi allowed their Jedi to have families. Mm-hmm. That's the difference between actual Luke and Jake Skywalker.
the Corellian Jedi. Is there any relation there with the Gray Jedi? Because that's the turn of virtue.
No,
right?
they're called they're called the Green Jedi. At least in the old
And now I'm just
Legends canon, they are.
so
I'm sorry, what
Coruscant
was
Jedi
that?
is Catholic Jedi, while Corellian is Protestant Jedi. So yeah, you can totally have
Yes!
families.
Yes, yes,
Pump out as many kids as you want.
yes.
For nailing the
Basically.
ancient sacred Jedi text to the church door.
But yeah, that's how the old continuity did it. Because, they had no reason to believe that there was still information on the way the Coruscanti Jedi did things. Because they're on Coruscant. Palpatine would have had direct access to their archives to be able to, wipe them away. God, I miss when they were writing Legends.
Mm-hmm.
Quality
they're doing
was
the High Republic.
Quality was sometimes not so great, but at least everything was relatively consistent. And it's more consistent than the new canon is. Which is saying something, because there were tens of authors and one person who had oversight.
Just imagine something crappier comes along later and we're going to be looking back to the sequel trilogy for quality.
No, we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be going...
You didn't think that was going to be the case about the prequels, did you?
I already liked the prequels. I don't like this. I don't like the Disney movies. That's the difference.
If we got another terrible trilogy, we'd still be going back to the prequels over the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, we would.
It's like, hey, you want this plate of rusty nails? No, but it's like, ooh, this giant pile of lard still looks good.
Yes.
It's like, it's hard to think of a way that things could be screwed up harder. Last Jedi is literally the worst piece of media I have ever seen in my life. I can't even fathom how you could screw up that badly. Because how can you be so untalented that you can't even get propaganda right? It's like, have you seen ER's videos on this? And how The Last Jedi is supposed to be this grand feminist movie, yet all the women completely fuck up everything?
Yeah, not only that, they put down the guys around them. And they'd be better characters if they didn't do that.
Yeah. Ultimately, we have a lot of things related to, shall we say, ideology over storytelling. But even though they're trying to make their ideology that, they still don't fail because they're not very skilled at their craft.
No, they're not skilled at their craft at all.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main problems here, is that A, there was no outliner, like generalized outliner plan. You can kind of, for a long-running series, like, I have a vague plan of where I want to go with the next 3 Dragonlord books that I'm planning out the plot for, but I'm trying to work out a plan. It just seems as though with Star Wars, there was no plan. And
Well, there wasn't really much of a plan either in the old Legends, but at least there was someone there going, that's not going to work.
Yeah,
this is not going to work. Yeah. So they were able to keep it relatively consistent because the creator, George Lucas, had oversight of everything they were creating. That's why the books were good. That's why the comics, while some were consistent with the books, And then the video games were consistent with the books, and the movies too. And that's how you keep everything consistent. You need one person, not an entire room full of people going, green light it, green light it, green light it. We don't care. It's because
even the weird thing. Even the weird thing, like with Solo, they reshot the whole movie and doubled the budget. They didn't make that budget back.
No, they didn't. Solo lost money. Reylos are weird.
Yeah, and technically, based on the Hollywood math numbers, the Rise of Skywalker didn't really make that much money, considering the budget was huge, and I don't think that they took that reshoots doubled the budget.
People just hated it less.
And yeah, critical failure. In terms of it got a 56%, which I think might be the lowest, either the lowest or the second lowest Star Wars movie. It's lower than Phantom Menace.
And that's saying something, because Phantom Menace is the worst of the prequels. Because as cool as that pod race was, there was no reason to have it. He just wanted it so that he could market his game. And the pod racing game was really, really awesome anyway. So we got a cool game out of it. But the pod racing was not needed.
I really miss that Star Wars Trilogy arcade game. That was my jam.
Yeah, we used to have nice things. Used to
being optimal word.
And now, we got this.
God, she's not even attractive, and part of that is what they have her wearing. And part of it's her hairstyle. Her hairstyle makes no sense either.
It's like they had an idea. What if we put a man bun on a woman?
Something like that. None of the characters are attractive. At all. Did you see what they put Tran in? You must have seen what they put Tran in. Yeah, Tran's pretty.
Pull that friggin' sack, and you look at her actual photos on, just Google it, and damn, but
you wouldn't think that it's the same person. You wouldn't, because of how she's dressed and the hairstyle they give her.
And the first time it got worse in 9. I didn't even know that was Rose. That was a background character. Yeah, well, I'm not wrong there either.
Oh yeah. We could talk about what's wrong with the Disney trilogy all day and not run out of things to say. That's how bad it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And just sitting back, like we're all in this sandbox and he's a lifeguard trying to make sure that we don't kill anybody.
Yeah.
I agree, Nick Brown. Now we have to make our own nice things.
And we're getting our own nice things. Dr. Alpha, anyone?
Yeah. And as far as I am aware, my stuff, though it may suck to some people. Some people will like it, I hope.
Okay, let's try to continue.
Jedi, Luke tries to control his students, forcing them to adhere to
What?
the light side. He refuses to
What?
teach Rey,
Wow,
exerting
that was quick. Yeah, hang on. Control
What
his
the
students.
hell? That's not how you. Oh my god. They.
You hit the same mental wall I did. Control his students.
No, I would say that Luke had a distinct lack of control, seeing as what they expect us to believe about what he and Kylo did. What he did with Kylo, because that's a man who does not have control of himself or of anyone else. Yes, we've been stuck on this for 2 hours, Occupation Army. Huh. Huh.
Control students.
Control! You must learn control! But that's not... But Yoda didn't mean control people other than your freaking self!
Like, controlling students, that's like right along there with not reading your textbook because it makes you feel stupid.
Yes.
These people do not understand what instruction is.
No, they don't. You don't control your students, you teach them. And you teach them by giving them homework. Or, you know, making them go through drills.
Yeah, and also like the problem is we have no idea what the training was like. She's making a giant assumption in saying that what is it? That Luke was trying to force his students to the light side. That's a very huge leap.
That's not even how the Force works.
And also, like, he and it's mainly like he understands the dark side and how toxic it is. I think it's part of the fact that these people believe that, like, the idea of a dark side and light side is like kind of primitive and simplistic.
Yin and yang. They believe the Force is like the yin and yang, light and dark. But that's not how the Force works. The Force is in balance when there is no darkness. The dark side is cancer on the Force. So to have dark side users means that there is no balance.
Especially because, like, the like, it's not a matter of the dark side is not necessarily a matter of like just the emotions of anger, fear, aggression. It's the lack of control over said emotions.
Yeah.
And that's what it enhances and makes worse.
The dark side is acting on your emotions and not controlling yourself. That's what the dark side is.
Yeah.
But then these people look up to people like that because they have no idea what self-control is.
Yeah. Let's
They
keep
just
going.
want unlimited power.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's try and finish this up.
Yeah.
Control over her by preventing her from learning. And obviously he pulled a lightsaber on Kylo. But over the course of the film, he learns that a parent or teacher's role is not to control.
Oh,
You failed him by
no.
thinking the choice was made.
Parent or teacher's role to control.
No, the parent and teacher's role is to teach. She does not understand. Does she not understand language? Does she not understand life? Does she? It's just.
I think a big part of it, I think, like, it is, like, sometimes you have to control your kid in terms of the kid needs discipline. Like, kid, please try to avoid toxic misogynistic behavior, like actual misogynistic behavior, not the like
snowflake version of it.
yeah, where we have like just saying, "Oh, that lady is attractive," or like a guy like saying, "Hey, can I go on a date with you?" Is like Brown Table says, "Can I have a smile?" Is sexual harassment.
The Dawn. The Dawn.
They call me the
The
Dawn.
Dawn. He was, by far, the most likable character in that whole damn movie.
Yep.
They butchered every single other person. And in a good writer's hands, he'd have been the love interest. And they missed it because it's like, no, let's be feminist icon, when they have no idea what actual feminism is anymore.
It gets even funnier with the defenses for that. Apparently, they were trying to evoke Terminator 2. They have not seen Terminator 2.
No, they haven't. That scene happened when the Terminator was still a bad guy.
Yeah, it's like the audience literally did not know that Arnold Terminator was a good guy until he shot the T-1000 and it revealed itself to be liquid metal.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, discipline is all about teaching control. And these people think that discipline is abuse when it's not. Because if you can't, you can't discipline your kids anymore. You can't give them a spanking if they need it. Because people would cry that you were abusing the kid. You can't put them in a timeout either. You can't do anything to discipline your kids. So they have no idea what self-discipline is. And it's obvious in the movies that we're getting that that's what they think. They portray discipline as abuse.
Instruction and calling people stupid. I'm not going to let that go.
No, I'm not going to let that go either. But that's... A fish might not understand our language. No, you're right, Wolf. You're right. She's a fish. She doesn't understand our language. Nor does she understand life. Let's keep going. Or let's try to keep going.
Let's try and finish this.
It wasn't. There's still conflict in him.
Instead, his role is to prepare others to face their own challenges.
We have what they grow beyond. That is the true burden of all masters.
In the flashback where Luke is tempted to control Kylo, the visuals emphasize Luke's
tempted to control Kylo? Control? That's not what he was doing! He was going in there to kill his fucking nephew! And that's not Luke! That's why everyone calls him Jake Skywalker!
That's why Mark Hamill himself called him Jake Skywalker.
Yeah, that's why Mark Hamill said, that's not Luke Skywalker, that's Jake Skywalker. Although a better name would be Jake Soy Walker. Because he's certainly not walking the sky anymore.
It's like, is he coming in to kill his fucking nephew or fuck his killing nephew?
Kill his nephew.
And ultimately, that whole bit doesn't make sense, where it's just like he sees inside of Kylo's mind and senses like a dark fate or something. And then like Kylo, like, okay, so it says in the comics that that Palpatine shot down lightning and killed all the students, but I'm just like, no, that is not in the movies. It doesn't count. I don't care.
Exactly.
That is after the fact rationalization.
The reason we went to Legends was because we wanted more Star Wars. We didn't go to Legends because we needed to read those books and understand the movies. We went because we wanted to go, not because we had to go. And if I have to read 10 books, 15 comics, and play 3 video games to understand the very first movie in your trilogy, then you've written the movie wrong!
Yeah, you have, like, a big issue is, like, I think that since that came out before Rise of Skywalker, they were clearly trying to somewhat humanize Kylo Ren to make it so that he's not this world's equivalent of a school shooter.
They failed! They failed horribly!
Especially since most people, like Disney Star Wars, mostly it appeals to normies. I think that's a fair assessment.
Yes, I would say so.
And normies, like, just go to movies. They don't buy comics.
They don't buy comics, they don't buy books, they don't buy video games. Unless the normie happens to be a gamer. But, yeah. You cannot expect a normie to pick up a book because they didn't understand the movie. You cannot expect that because that is work. I don't need to read James Stouffer's Revenge of the Sith to understand the Revenge of the Sith movie. The Revenge of the Sith movie tells a complete story. The execution might not be up to par, but the entire story is there and it's understandable.
Plus, if they can't get the movies right, how are they going to get the books right? The only thing I want to read is an apology.
Exactly. I think it was in Smud Boys. Yeah, it was in Smud's Discord that there was, let's call him a Disney apologist, because he was going, oh, you should read the new Star Wars books. They make the movies better. And I'm like,
no,
they don't.
That is factually wrong. Like, the Rise of Skywalker novelization makes the movie worse.
Yes, and if we don't like what we were given, why are we going to pick up books of the same series by the same people who flubbed the movies? Why? Why would we do that? It makes absolutely no sense. And they kept going, you can't make that decision without reading the books. I'm like, yes, I damn well can. You have no idea. The person ended up leaving, but it's like, thank God we do not have to deal with them anymore.
If you made Rise of Skywalker,
the holes in your spaceship.
You'll love Retroactive Edition.
Yeah. My friends got it right. Books should enhance the movies, not fill in plot holes, and a movie should be able to stand on its own. And that's how it is. If a movie or book does not stand on its own, then it's poorly written. But if it does stand on its own, then people will want more. And I'm sorry, but all you idiot Raylos out there, Star Wars is not a romance. Star Wars has elements of romance, but it is not a romance series. If anything, I would call it more action adventure in a space opera setting. Because that's what it is. And because I know that Star Wars is not a romance, I can't like these because they were written as romances. And if you're writing a romance and you're trying to write Star Wars, I'm sorry, you're writing the wrong franchise.
Although it would probably be hilarious to read a bunch of Harlequin romance Star Wars novels like, I didn't know your father was a Wookiee.
That would be funny, yes, but you would not be able to make movies out of those.
Oh God, no! No, God, no. That's it would be funny to witness.
I mean, there is the courtship of Princess Leia, where Han and Leia get married, and that works. But I would never make that book into a movie because it wouldn't work. It doesn't have the right tone to be a Star Wars movie, and that's mostly leading up to Han and Leia getting married. Or they would have gotten married had Disney not thrown those damn books out. Just like Luke would have gotten married and had a kid with a hot redhead. Have I mentioned the hot redhead yet? No? Well, Luke marries a hot redhead in Legends. Give him back his redhead. Please. Okay, done.
Don't contribute to ginger erasure.
Gingers have the Force.
They don't have souls. But they're not safe from Hollyweird. Okay, done. Let's go.
Alrighty.
Calling back to Vader's desire to control Luke. Even though Vader is long dead, Luke is still in danger of making the same mistakes as his father, of becoming his father.
And the
No?
I saw.
No! No! Being a Jedi is not instinctive. I think I know where you're going with this. I think I know where you're going with this. I think I know.
Just another human. Kylo was so desperate for authoritarian validation, aka a daddy, for someone to tell him.
Oh, good fucking God! He had a father, you idiot! If he wanted that, he could have gone to Han fucking Solo! And he should have! Because Han didn't leave until after what happened to his son!
And Han did come to him, and then Kylo turned him into a plasma kebab.
Yes! It's just... You are such an idiot! You...
All hail Supreme Daddy Snoke.
Oh.
Also, Nick Brown, your mother is Jabba the Hutt? How?
I think you have a bias towards redheads. Yes, I do. I find them hot, Wolfie. You know I do. I've told you that.
So she gotta have that Ron Weasley.
No. No, not Ron. Bill.
Fair enough.
Bill or Charlie. Bill or Charlie, not Ron. Ron's
Well, the actor
not my type.
since Donald Gleason is from is Hux. Bill from the Harry Potter movies is Hux in these.
And they waste him. They waste him on Hux. Still attractive, but he's wasted in the role because they waste Hux.
His name even sounds like sucks.
Yeah, it does. Ugh. Nobody, and even worse is Roundhead. No, I'm not apologizing for that. Roundhead prefers it when half the people leave the theater absolutely hating his guts because they hate his movie.
yeah, this movie doesn't really work as a story.
It doesn't
I'm
even
gonna
work
do
as
some
notes.
stuff, so thank you for having me on, and I will see you guys later.
See you later then, Hex.
You running
have fun.
coward.
Ugh.
I run and live.
Oh.
And if we've run, we've always come back for another go.
Her Star Wars segment is just full of BS. No wonder we're not getting anywhere. Ugh.
Yeah, we're going full EFAP on this one.
We're nowhere near EFAP levels. Maybe Smudcats levels, but not EFAP. Oh. Okay, let's try to continue.
First set of hardline rules to live by. Kylo's view of the universe requires that his master be unquestionably powerful and perfect.
What? Luke needs to be unquestionably powerful and perfect. No.
Because that's...
No. 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 No, that's not what Luke is. Luke is not all powerful. Luke is not perfect. And that's why we liked Luke in the first place. Luke, in the original trilogy, was not perfect. He made mistakes. He had one ability that was commented on that we were informed he was good at. That does not make a Mary Sue. A Mary Sue is practically perfect in every way, and even her blunders end up being successes. Turning out better than what they planned. That was never Luke. Never Luke.
I think that's the point. Let's keep going, because I think I know where this is going. It's like he wanted Luke to be unquestionably powerful and perfect, and since Luke wasn't, he went to the dark side, even though they're not the dark side, but screw that.
That's not the dark side! Anger, fear, those are the dark side. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Yeah.
That's...
What I'm interested to hear is where is she getting all these references from? What scene or dialogue is she referencing for this particular analysis of Kylo Ren as a character?
Well, let's listen then.
Yeah.
See.
The final lightsaber duel between Kylo and Luke is the perfect metaphor for an angry little boy sitting at his computer, throwing a tantrum at someone's online avatar.
What?
Similar to Kylo.
What? You seriously?
With this woman? Woman? Whatever.
You seriously think that's a metaphor of? You seriously believe that? Oh, I have no words for this stupidity anymore. I have no words.
Yeah, it was a metaphor for something that didn't happen yet. It's brilliant.
No, it's not.
Kylo's view of the universe requires that his master be unquestionably powerful and perfect, because that's what he's desperately trying to convince himself that he is. The final lightsaber duel between Kylo and Luke is the perfect metaphor for an angry little boy sitting at his computer, throwing a tantrum at someone's online avatar. Similar to Kylo, Rey looks to Luke to show her the way.
I need someone to show me my place in all this.
But unlike Kylo, who turns to Snoke at the first sign of Luke's weakness, Rey...
Let's ignore the fact that Rey is completely inconsistent in every single one of these friggin' movies. And let's assume that she was written properly.
Okay. Assuming she was written properly,
Or properly is not the right word. Assume she was written competently and still had the same stupid theme.
Okay.
Assume she had a point. It would still be stupid.
Yes, it would be.
Because this is what I'm talking about, where The Last Jedi completely undermines its own themes. Because where this is eventually going is Rey is trying to go to Luke to get Luke to show her how to Jedi, and Kylo went to Luke before to try and show him how to Jedi, and all of this is basically wrapped up in that whole Yoda somehow sets the Force tree on fire. Somehow, I'm not even going to begin to try to figure out how he did that. And this is all coming down to there isn't need for training. And then Luke comes back in the final battle. So what was the point of any of that? It's like Canto Bite was not the only scene in that movie that jerked everyone around. Every scene in that movie jerked everyone around because it was all leading up to contradicting itself.
Yeah.
And to make matters even worse, I know that this is a very bad movie because it puts my dad to sleep whenever he tries to watch it.
What is it? Oh, The Last Jedi puts him to sleep. Dang.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
The Last Jedi's boring. There's not really that much interesting going on. There aren't there isn't sparky dialogue in it. It's mostly flat. There's pretty images and Mark
But that's
Hamill.
all. But pretty images on a screen isn't what a movie makes.
Yeah, when the most interesting thing about your movie is how thoroughly it fails.
Then you have a problem. It's like, you put in 30 minutes for Canto Bite, but couldn't put in 2 minutes for Luke to mourn his best fucking friend.
Or even to imply he mourned his friend. It's like,
yes!
I know how I would set that scene if I were them. I would have, after Luke asks, where's Han, you zoom out to the fish people, and then there's this massive-ass earthquake as Luke is so pissed off that he's force shaking the entire island. That's what I would do.
Yes, that would have worked. That would have worked so much better than what they did. And Canto abusing animals is wrong, but let's leave these slave kids here.
So that they can abuse the animals.
Fuck! No, so that their owners can abuse the kids instead of the animals. It makes no sense. I thought slavery was wrong.
Those kids are abusing the animals because they are the kinds of kids who would want to take any kind of petty revenge they have after getting kicked around by their masters. They're taking it out on the animals. 90% guaranteed.
Also, there's the issue of all of those fathiers. I know Major Lee thinks that the one that the animal that they released went to a pack of fathiers. That's factually wrong. That's just the fathiers that they were running with. Those animals are all from captivity, and even if they find other fathiers in the wild, which is probably not likely since those are probably imported, they're going into which in that case that means that they're going into an ecosystem that they don't have experience in, as well as they don't have experience living out in the wild. And
they're domesticated. If you release a domesticated animal, they're going to die.
Yeah.
And at the best case scenario, at the worst case scenario, they thrive and kill off all the life everywhere around them as they completely bollocks up the ecosystem.
As well as, and they're probably just going to get caught again anyway because they have spaceships.
Or maybe they make their own way back.
Probably.
Maybe they have the Force.
Well, considering 4-year-olds have the Force.
And can actually use it to make things move. That is supposed to be, I think that's supposed to be a...
Yeah, that was originally an advanced level technique.
Yeah, that was advanced. That was
advanced. The Force is supposed to be just intuition and being able to sense things.
I mean, yeah, Being
think
able
you
to
could-
sense things.
I think that you can like move small or light objects.
Not a fucking broom! A broom's too big!
Fair. Fair enough. Let's keep going, shall we?
Yes.
You sound so enthusiastic.
He forgives Luke and gives him the opportunity to redeem himself. Rogue One gets some things really right. Seeing a bunch of burly commandos stand in front of Jin and openly admit that they've done terrible things in the name of good and that they want to atone for their sins is awesome.
No. No. That's. She's not a fucking therapist. She's not a fucking therapist.
Also, it's like I know you're trying to complicate the waters by making the rebels morally gray, but the issue is that's not who the rebels are supposed to really be.
The rebels are the good guys. They're not morally gray. The rebels are in the right, you idiot.
Yeah, the Empire might create stability in some ways, but there are issues. I know CP Gray, he hated Rogue One, Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker.
Well, the only part of Rogue One that I liked was the Vader scene.
Yeah,
At
because
the
the Vader
end.
scene is cool.
Yeah, and that's undoubtedly Vader.
Yeah, the funniest thing was there was one School of Movies said I couldn't feel comfortable with it because he's just the child murderer in that scene. And it's and Jenny Nicholson that he cited in the review that, and yes, she said this, that it's not that cool. It's basically just the same as if a Confederate general came in on a bunch of Union soldiers and hacked them up in something like Glory or something.
That's not even a comparison, though. Where the hell did they get that?
We could watch that a little bit.
No.
No, not right now. Not right now. Later.
Okay, later. We'll watch it later once we're done with Maggie Make Fish.
Yeah,
right
let's...
now we're approaching. Oh, we're approaching the 3-hour mark. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear. Let's.
Teach a Maggie to fish, and we will be here for the rest of our lives.
Oh, short. In fact, the story's unflinching devotion to the father ends up ruining Jin's character arc in an otherwise pretty great movie. Jin's father.
Oh, good lord, no! Pretty great movie! That movie is boring as hell, rotting fish! I'm starting to think you don't have any taste whatsoever.
Yeah, she hates Fight Club because it makes the audience complicit in fascism.
Miss Fish, have you touched the surface of the sun yet? Because you are certainly reaching.
Drake, you had something to say?
No, it's just Fight Club is promoting fascism and what?
Yes, I know. I know. Oh, good lord.
She's basically saying we are complicit in the actions of the main character, and the main character is a fascist.
The main character is not a fascist, though. I don't know where she got that from. I haven't watched Fight Club myself, but I have heard people talk about it, and the main character does not sound like fascist to me. It sounds like he might be, not bipolar, schizophrenic, I think. Yeah, schizophrenic is the word I'm looking for. It sounds like
multiple personality disorder.
Yeah, schizophrenic and multiple personality disorder. But certainly not a fascist. I mean, one of the personalities might be a fascist, but that's not how it's framed.
Yeah. It seems as though this Maggie May has killed. Yeah, unfortunately it seems as though Maggie May has killed Hex and Crow.
Yeah.
So I guess So I guess this stream is an example of human superiority since the two animals died.
Well, I'm a cat girl, so I don't know how that
Okay,
works.
okay. You're a human-animal hybrid.
Yeah. Okay.
Like okay, but then again, Hex Harper is a dog-human hybrid. So
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah. Alrighty, let's keep going. We only got like 7 minutes, like 6 minutes left. We can do this.
Hitler is portrayed as a scientist who is coerced into constructing the Death Star. We're told that without him, it wouldn't get built. But the movie also performs feats of emotional and moral gymnastics to show how conflicted he is about it. That he really doesn't want to do it. That he has to. Or
that's kind of impolite, lady. Because, you know, evil empire! Evil empire! If he doesn't do the work, or if he proves to be incompetent, Vader is going to kill him. It doesn't matter if he wants to do it or not. If he's got Vader breathing down his neck, if you have Vader breathing down your neck, you do what Vader tells you to do. No matter what it is he's telling you to do.
Yeah, I think a big problem is also she is not taking into account that he is deliberately trying to create a weakness in the Death Star, which even like that doesn't make sense because like it makes sense that there is some kind of exhaust port. Every single machine on the planet has some kind of
exhaust, yes.
Exhaust or weak point. Like all you need to do to blow up a car is put like I think Walter White actually does this, where he just puts a wet car wash brush on the battery of a car just because he's pissed at the driver, and and the car just blows up in a few seconds.
Wow, I did not know you could do that.
Yeah, or where you just like toss like a bit of fire into the gas tank. That sucker's gonna light up.
Yeah.
It makes sense that the Death Star has one of those, and it actually makes it make less sense because if Jyn Erso wanted to make a weakness, would he have made it bigger so that it's not a like crazy impossible shot?
Yeah, this
is all very revisionist.
Yeah.
It is. And it's like they made it makes more sense that they made it that small so that they could protect the weakness. But if you're deliberately making a weakness, then you would not make the weakness small enough where only a Force-sensitive person would be able to take the shot. You would not make it that small.
Yeah,
it's like humanity was designed with a weakness. That is why we have assholes.
Yeah. It's just kind of dumb. And also like it seems as though like Vader has been tracking them for a while, and that he's saying like it's like I think like Hack Fraud Media like intercuts clips of of what Vader says in A New Hope, that she received transmissions, not that he saw her ship at the Battle of Scarif, but that they tracked incoming transmissions to her ship. That's just
so even with the movie, they're making the originals inconsistent. They're ruining them retroactively, and that makes me so very angry. The original 3 were perfect. Return of the Jedi might have been on the silly side, but it was a perfect movie. It was a perfect end to a perfect trilogy.
Yeah. Even with the stupid Ewoks and the stormtroopers behaving like idiots.
Yeah, because
it was satisfying.
Yeah, it was
satisfying.
A satisfying end to 3 movies. Just as Revenge of the Sith was a satisfying end to the prequels.
Yeah, even with its kind of flaws of Anakin kind of turning on a dime a little bit, it's still relatively satisfying.
Yeah, and
like
it's a case in which if you read the book and then watch the movie again, the book makes the movie even better. But you, at the same time, as I said earlier, you do not need to read Stouffer's Revenge of the Sith to understand Revenge of the Sith. To understand Lucas's Revenge of the Sith. You don't.
Yeah. Let's keep going, shall we?
Yes.
Else. So while his words contradict his actions, he's more than just complicit. He should have been the Darth Vader of Jin's story.
No! No! No!
Oh, I forgot about this.
No! We already had a Darth Vader! There was already one Darth Vader. You do not need more than that.
I'm still trying to process that leap in logic.
Yeah,
I don't get it either.
She goes from like 0 to 95 on the stupidometer. Really
That's kind of how she is, but let's watch that so we can
built.
kind of...
But the movie also performs feat Death Star. Jin's father is portrayed as a scientist who is coerced into constructing the Death Star. We're told that without him, it wouldn't get built. But the movie also performs feats of emotional and moral gymnastics to show how conflicted he is about it. That he really doesn't want to do it. That he has to. Or else. So while his words contradict his actions, he's more than just complicit. He should have been the Darth Vader of Jin's story. But even at the end of her narrative, she's ultimately finishing his work.
It must be destroyed.
I know.
Oh, they went with the I know line. Oh my god.
And also, here's
I
the
have
issue.
a bad feeling about this.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Here's the solid issue with this. He's coerced. Yeah. But, like, I guess, what are you expecting to do? Commit suicide? Run away? He is transferring the plans to get them destroyed. You are really, really twisting this. I don't even really like this movie, and I'm having to defend it. And that you're getting things wrong.
You're
like.
I want to know if she's touched Jupiter yet. Because she's certainly reaching. She's reaching for straws, and the straws aren't actually there. You do not need more than one Darth Vader in a Star Wars movie. We already had the villain. Hi, comrade.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Yes.
I know. We will. She doesn't possess the agency of a true protagonist. Instead of breaking free of that paternalistic hierarchy, she exists to serve the father.
Paternal hierarchy. Paternal hierarchy. You keep using all these words, but I do not think they mean what you think they mean, darling. Tell me, do you understand life? Do you? I don't think so.
What is wrong with these people? Why? What is wrong? This is so... Oh my goodness, that was hilarious. Let's just skip past the stupid merit. Oh, dear gosh, read the
Oh dear.
Infantilize me, Daddy. Oh my god.
What the hell? Good lord. Miss Rotting Fish, do you not understand that there are different words for for talking to your male parent. Do you not understand that? I don't think so. Do you? Oh.
Ken Kaneki, all daddies are kings. But
Yeah.
if he breathes, he a simp.
So she's got a toddler fetish? I think she might. Actually, thinking about it.
You know what?
Hmm?
I wouldn't disagree.
Yeah, that's really unsettling. I agree. Ken Kaneki. Oh.
Yeah.
And I can't believe people actually wrote. I can't believe someone actually wrote this song.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks that this song is a parody of something, but the way she's using it, it's not a parody anymore.
Yeah. It's really, really bad.
It's creepy. I've got a bad feeling about this. Okay.
Alrighty. Well, let's keep going. I can't remember what the heck she says about Lord of the Rings, but I know that she's going to get it wrong.
Khan is the
That's
kind
a
of daddy
given.
who tries to create a closed society where all power flows from him and him alone. He's
Yeah.
inflexible. He's also set in his ways, unable to adapt as the world progresses around him.
He's intelligent, but not experienced. His pattern indicates two-dimensional thinking.
Like Thanos, Jonathan Kent, and Jor-El, Khan's worldview
What?
is static. His morality doesn't evolve with the time.
Jor-El! Jor-El is an AI, you bitch! Of course he's not gonna learn. He's dead!
Which continuity is she talking about?
Man of
Is she
Steel.
talking about the movies like a scrub?
Man of Steel.
Man of Steel? Yes. So she is a scrub, amongst many other things.
I'm not a fan of DC, but I'm familiar enough with Superman to confidently say that I'm pretty sure in every single reality, Jor-El is an AI. And of course an AI is going to be two-dimensional because an AI is not a person. Well, no, Jor-El is a person, but it's an AI of a person who is dead. So the AI, unless the AI is constructed properly, the AI can't learn anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's basically like a snapshot of Jor-El at the time of his death. So
yeah, that's my understanding of pretty much every timeline.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. It's kind of reductive, but that's kind of her thing. Is she just kind of just. And I don't even friggin' like Man of Steel. I think it's one of I don't even like it. Like
you don't like Zack Snyder, and yet you find yourself defending Zack Snyder.
Yeah, like, Zack Snyder is a style with no substance. He's kind of the reverse Guillermo del Toro, where Guillermo del Toro has both style and substance. And admittedly, I haven't seen a lot of. The only movie of Guillermo del Toro's that I have seen, beginning to end, is Pacific Rim, and that movie is awesome. That is the best robot movie ever. It makes the Transformers look like Theodore Rex.
Pretty bad, then.
Yeah, I'm assuming nobody besides me has ever heard of Theodore Rex. Is that correct?
I've never heard of Theodore Rex. No.
It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know.
It's a movie about humanoid dinosaurs living with people, and it's got the dinosaur sitcom level of animatronics, and Whoopi Goldberg is paired with this comic relief T-Rex guy.
That happening right now.
Yeah, like, and y'all have seen like the pictures of the dinosaur sitcom thing that happened a long time ago.
Dinosaurs? You mean the Dinosaurs TV show or something?
Yeah, the dinosaurs.
Yeah,
TV show
I remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
The animatronics in that were better. The costume in Theodore Rex is awful. It is so bad.
But compared to this, it'll be comedy gold.
Oh yeah, it's so funny. Especially because it's just got. It's so funny. Let's keep going, shall we?
Yes.
They avoid difficult life lessons, instead relying on extremely vague morality or platitudes.
It's only the fact of my genetically engineered intellect that allows us to survive.
What? What did she
Or
just
being
say?
so specific that they end up being.
It is only by nature of my genetically engineered intellect that we were able to survive on this planet.
That's arrogance of the highest order.
No, that's what Khan said. Or is that what you were asking?
Yeah.
No, I was asking what Maggie said.
She said vague platitude. Like, she said, like...
evolve with the times. They avoid difficult life lessons, instead relying on extremely vague morality or platitudes.
It's only the fact.
Don't evolve with the times and just go with vague platitudes.
Okay,
that is basically just code for lowering your standards.
Yeah, I think is the yes, the T-Rex is the daddy dinosaurs.
Yeah.
It's certainly the most awesome of dinosaurs.
Yep, it is. I love Sam Neill, but that T-Rex is the best as character in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, the T-Rex is awesome.
Yeah.
T-Rex is supposed to be a lady Rex too.
Yeah. It's a mama.
Not a daddy, a mama.
It's a mama. The word "mommy, would you like some sausage?" Oh gosh, I just realized. Mama, would you like some sausage? Mama, would you like some sausage? Okay, I should stop quoting Freddy Got Fingered.
Yes, the T-Rex does have more character than Ray or Captain Marvel. It does.
And the T-Rex is somehow less overpowered.
Yes, somehow.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Or being so specific that they end up being unhelpful. These dads are the kind of
So
guys who
specific
would...
that they're unhelpful.
So
wouldn't be more specific be helpful instead of not helpful? Because that makes no sense right there.
It's like they're too vague and then they're too specific. Pick one. What is your wording style aside from not?
What does it say about the writing when an animal is a better character than a human? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Something Ray,
Did I not-
something Wally.
Did I not tell you that it would get worse?
You did say it would get worse. Oh,
And I was
God.
right, as I always am.
Send this video, I doubt it.
Yeah, it's like she's off base. It's like non sequitur, the 20-minute video. Nothing that she's saying is in any way connected to anything.
Yeah, her points are completely disconnected from the topics that she chose to talk about. She's just speaking out of her ass at this moment. That's all she knows how to do.
seen these movies because, like, I get more information out of the psychic ether about what these movies are about than I get from these videos.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's like the only reason she references these ones is for the clicks.
Yeah. She's got it.
Popular.
That was a
Good.
great one.
I love the dun puns. Keep the dun puns punning.
Please. Please. Because if I don't laugh, I'm going to cry.
Yeah, just say Neph said. Enough said. That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah.
My name has infinite variation to how you can use it. Let's keep going.
Say, give you a list of 12 rules to follow, which include things as mundane as clean your room or as irrelevant as don't bother children while they're skateboarding. Or even
is that a parody of Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life?
Yeah, she hates Jordan Peterson.
Of course.
Of course she hates him. Of course she does. Because he's an actual writer who knows what he's doing and teaches people how to write.
Father. Jordan Peterson is a literal father.
Not
Also, yeah, she makes a pretty blatant dig at him in her Fight Club video, along with Sargon. I'll have to find the timestamp.
He's also a literal father, by the way.
Yeah, I'll have to find the timestamp at some point. I'll have to rewatch her Fight Club video. But yeah, she's insane. It's really insane.
Yeah.
She might have even referenced, I don't know whether it was Fight Club or it was Kirk Cameron Saving Christmas where she referenced them. It's really weird. Because those are the two that I think of. One is 30 minutes, like almost 30 minutes, and the other one is like an hour. Imagine having to suffer through an hour of this.
An hour of this. We're not even done with 20 minutes, and we're already over 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to step it up. Let's keep going.
Parental authority by stating, do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Even Yoda engaged
What? No! I did a lot of things that made my parents yell at me when I was little. That is not the job.
Usually parental rules are to keep you safe. And also to help you understand societal norms, like don't steal, or don't just do whatever you want to do arbitrarily.
Yeah. To keep your shoes on at all times. Don't pull your penis out unless you really need to. And just expose
Yeah.
Do you understand life running, Fish? Do you?
I think that she understands it. It's just through a warped lens. Let's keep going.
Yeah, like one of those lenses that make you see everything upside down.
For skateboarding, or even reinforcing parental authority by stating, do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Even Yoda engaged in this kind of rule-based thinking at one point.
No.
Rule-based thinking. Since when is rule-based thinking a bad thing exactly? Shouldn't there be some kind of rules, like don't make this structure don't be lazy and make this structure have a lousy foundation so that it might collapse in on itself and kill everybody inside?
Yeah, $10 says she agrees with some rules, but not all of them, and she'll be really selective about it. Like she's probably a big fan of fire codes, because that means she's not in a building that's going to kill her if something goes wrong.
or think of the children, which is like
that's the most asinine thing ever.
Yeah, it's so like it's that like I'm very sorry, but think of the children, unless it is like in regards to like philosophy, rather than like strong adult content, is so stupid to me. I cannot get behind that as an argument ever.
No.
The only thing I'm going to say, don't give this to kids because they're not ready, is something with high sexual violence or language content.
Something with just nudity, I wouldn't care. Because nudity is part of life. Sex, maybe a bit older, but violence, definitely not violence. Especially not gratuitous violence.
Yeah, like, I was shown Lord of the Rings when I was 6. Like,
I've been watching Star Wars since about the same time I've been watching Star Wars. And I never, ever had a problem with people losing their limbs. Never. That's not
if it's like Game of Thrones style violence, where you see a guy get the top of his head chopped off, or
the Last Kingdom type things.
Yes, the Last Kingdom. I feel like the violence in Last Kingdom is relatively tame. Like, you don't see guts.
Yeah.
You might see like a severed head, but
yeah, we see several severed heads. But I can handle a severed head. I can't handle a bloody head on a pike. But that's a different matter.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Rule-based thinking.
Yes. Too old to begin the training.
Yoda only uses rules in his attempt to avoid doing what he's afraid to do. Train Luke.
He's not afraid of training Luke, you moron! He's not afraid of training Luke. He tried to train Luke's father when Luke's father was younger, and he still said he was too old. So he has evidence that someone as old as Luke is probably too old to train.
They don't have like the fortitude, because they haven't been taught. Like, he just says, the boy has no patience. He doesn't have the requisite.
He doesn't have the self-control needed to learn to be a Jedi.
Yeah.
Luke has to beg, and he has to prove that he has what it takes.
Which is an unfortunate thing, because that she thinks of it that way, when in reality, it's just a matter of Luke's temperament is not conducive to Jedi.
No, it's not. And Luke has to mature into being the kind of person who is a Jedi. Because he was an impatient 20-year-old. Wait, no, not 20-year-old. He was an impatient 20?
Like, young adult. Let's go with
yeah,
young
he
adult.
was an impatient young adult. He was impatient. His father was impatient. Yoda had seen this before, and his father had proven that he did not have the stuff to be a Jedi. So he had no reason to look at Anakin's son and say, oh, he's going to be a Jedi. No, he was going to go, I see too much of his father in him. I do not trust him to be able to be a Jedi. We tried this already, Obi-Wan. He's too old. He's older than his father was. And his father was too old.
I think that one of these days we gotta watch the Case Against the Jedi Order by Pop Culture Detective.
Oh,
that sounds Oh, is that a good video or a bad video?
Oh, it is bad.
Then let's rip it apart.
Yeah, so have you either of you heard of Pop Culture Detective?
I have not, actually. This is the first time I've heard them.
Vaguely. Is
Jonathan
that where?
McIntosh?
Oh,
Jonathan
that Sarkeesian simp.
Ray is the bestest ever.
Yeah, so he actually has
attempted to be about
so
men
he has
listening to women.
he has two really interesting videos about sexual assault against men in films that are really strange. One of them is sexual assault of men on men, and then sexual assault of women on men. And how the women on men is sexist in a number of ways.
I'm sorry, no. Because men are not the only ones who can rape someone. A woman is just as able. Just because she doesn't have the same equipment does not mean that she is not capable of taking
advantage
of someone.
Yeah, so he's saying that like it's kind of like the fact that it's not portrayed with enough like gravity in a lot of cases, and that it's mostly played for laughs, and that
okay, I can see,
and it's and it's implicit in that is the thing of men just want sex, and whenever a guy has sex, like is assaulted, it will either be portrayed as great, or it will be like dismissed as awesome by the seen as great by the person that had it happen to him, unless the woman was unattractive, or if the guys around him, like, it's a
power trip for whoever is doing it. It's a power trip.
Mm-hmm.
If you, it's they do not care about the person they are doing it to. All they care about is their own personal power. And the power that they might have over the person they're doing it to.
Yeah, like, who's read Gilgamesh here?
I have not read it.
I'm familiar with Gilgamesh, I think. I'm familiar with the myth.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people go on about how Gilgamesh is this massive LGBT icon. When it actually says early in the story that Gilgamesh has sex with all the women he wants, and also he has sex with all the men that he wants. And it explicitly says that the reason he does this is to show his power, because he is 2/3 God and 1/3 human. Don't ask me how that's supposed to work, though.
That was before they understood genetics and DNA. They thought that if two men had sex with the same woman, the child would be the child of all three of them. Not the child of whoever got her pregnant.
Oh, is that how that was supposed to work?
Yeah.
I thought it was because they divided it differently.
No,
It's like
that's
his
how
mind, his soul, and his body were on different things.
And there's kind of I know there was kind of a...
Thank you, Kinkaneki.
I know there was kind of a weird thing about, like, in the Middle Ages, where if people thought that if people had like, twins, that she was cheating on her husband.
Okay.
So, since they didn't understand biology, they just thought,
You turned it off. Yeah, they did not understand biology.
Okay,
so that's how they did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, let's keep going. We got 5 minutes left. Almost
thank
exactly.
God. Yoda resorts to rules out of fear. Fear of failure.
Fear of
what could happen if Luke is empowered to make his own decisions. That's not to say all rules are bad.
Oh, Lord.
I told you. Didn't I tell you? She was going to say that there's some rules.
Oh, look in the background.
No.
The Constitution is in the back.
What?
Look.
But we need to understand how...
Oh,
good Lord! What the fuck? Oh, no, don't tell me she's gonna do this. Good Lord.
Of course, no. Joke about Trump wanting to plow his daughter. There is no off limits for this one. Neph is growling.
Yokai compared it to a pet predator growl.
Yeah. Well, it is. It's definitely a predator growl. But let's, but like, rule-based system, like, he's not resulting, well, it's fear, like, it is kind of fear of failure, but she's portraying it as a bad thing. The issue is, Luke is technically, like, within the world of the story, he is the only person who knows that he is force sensitive. There might be others in the galaxy, but they don't know where to find somebody who can teach them.
No.
And they would be going up against these two very powerful Sith Lords who have years of experience, who will probably kill them very easily.
Yeah. And especially, Luke has a chance. And the only reason he has a chance is because one of those two people is his father and has every reason to want him to live. Not just because he wants an ally. Because Vader could have any force sensitive in the galaxy as his ally. But it's his son.
The one person he knows, because of their blood tie, won't betray him.
Yes. Because...
Right, but he knows that he can at least trust his son.
Yeah.
If it's anybody else, he will always be somewhat worried that that person will turn him over to Palpatine.
Yeah. And
or
with his son, at least he thinks that it's a guarantee that Luke will not do that. And that's specifically because of their blood tie. He does not know that up until the point where he told Luke that Luke was his son, that Luke admired his father. He did not know that because he did not know about Luke to start with. And we all know that Luke admires his father. Luke wants to be like his father.
Is there anything in the OT canon, I'm not even talking like sequels or even prequels at this point, is there anything in the OT canon where we see what happened when Vader found out that Luke was his son? Because clearly he found out sometime between 4 and 5.
No. He finds out. Yeah, it's off screen.
It is vague. It is so vague.
Yeah, it's vague. But knowing Vader, he did not celebrate outwardly.
Yeah,
he was probably instead, I think one of the reasons that Admiral Ozzel was still alive by the time of the Battle of Hoth was because he knew that Luke was alive. Because he knew about Luke. Because, you know, Ozzel was... Oh, God, Ozzel was really horrible.
Mm-hmm.
He was incompetent. And the only reason... No, Ken Kaneki. Palpatine state... What Palpatine is doing is he is stating something he knows Vader already knows.
So that's kind of working with... So there are two versions of that scene. There's the special edition version and there's the original version. They're two very different things. The dialogue
Then I must be remembering the original.
Yeah, since in the original he knows, and he says, "But what if the son of Skywalker is our enemy?" And he's like, "What if he can be turned?" And then he's told in the special edition version with Ian McDermott, the son of Skywalker lives.
Yeah.
And they changed the dialogue. We'll have to watch the comparison.
Yeah, we'll have to. That I'm looking forward to. Because...
Yeah. Let's make that the palate cleanser of this.
Yes. Let's do that.
Stream,
let's do that.
Yeah. With this stream, this will be the comparison. And we'll watch that off. We will watch that off stream so that we don't get hit with a copyright strike.
Yes.
and we'll just give our thoughts later.
Yeah. Okay.
How and why the rules we follow were established. Do these rules exist to help us live
Okay,
full
that was quick.
lives,
Hang on.
or to restrict us?
Okay. Yes.
The Constitution is not rules for the people. The Constitution is rules for the government that we permit to exist.
Yes.
It is their
Yes.
rules, their limits on power. In fact,
Yes.
the
Because we are their employers. Not them.
Yes.
Not the other way around. We pay their paychecks.
Also, we have. It is saying that we have certain rights. It is really, really weird that this does this. And it's just basically like it is telling us this is how the government shall be run, and this is how we prevent absolute power being held. There are checks and balances. It's so strange.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we have 3 branches of government, not less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, actually, how about like once we get finished with this, we'll share our thoughts on the Discord in the voice chat in the Discord, in the writing Discord. Is there anybody here who would like an invite to? If there's anybody who would like to come on to the Discord, there's a link in the description. We will welcome you with open arms. Just feel free to come into the voice chat, and me, Neph, and Drake will talk about it once we get finished with it.
Yeah.
So we're just going to shut up and power through?
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, let's just...
Hopefully she doesn't say anything else that we...
Studio system.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Urge to call stupid.
Big budget movies have started to... Like The Last Jedi, a few recent big budget movies have started to do a better job of challenging parental authority.
What?
At least as much as they can within a studio system. But
Well, the problem
you
with
are
Black
seriously calling The Last Jedi a good movie. You are doing that unironically.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate you. Not you, Dunn.
Oh no, you hate me a little bit. I fully admit. I can totally like be fine with you saying that in this moment you hate me for putting you through this.
Yeah. Okay.
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 Now, you're okay. You're fine. You're cool. You're fine.
Yes. 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 Go. Go.
I do hope that these movies represent a step towards a more progressive genre of daddy fiction. As little kids sitting in a theater, movies shape how we view reality. And adults aren't immune from that influence either. We've gotten back to back to back movies where daddies and authority are glorified. When writers and directors...
She is just so wrong. She's wrong. Harry Potter, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Rogue One.
Let's slow down the playback speed so we can see all of those.
How does Harry Potter have daddy issues?
Back to influence either. We've gotten back to back.
Let's see. 15, 40.
Gotten back to
I don't know what that movie is. I think it's Red. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment.
back to
Guardians of the Galaxy, Harry Potter. Okay.
back.
Civil War and Rogue One. Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Okay. So, let's okay. So, Miss Fish. Let me state to you in very clear terms that you can understand.
Small words, then.
Yes. So, J.K. Rowling wrote this book, and I believe that she succeeded in this goal of making Harry's focal point be his mother, not his father.
Yes.
J.K. Rowling.
People were always going on about how he has his mother's eyes.
As well as saying that he is more like his mom, because his dad's kind of like, honestly, in book 5, Harry has a misinterpretation of his dad up until that book. And then when he sees Snape's memory of him hoisting Snape up into the air and bullying him, that is when
Wingardium Leviosa.
Yeah, pretty much. But J.K. Rowling herself said, this is about a boy and his mother, not a boy and his father, since I see so many boy and his father stories. I wanted to do a boy and his mother. And that's what she did. And that's what she did.
To put a point on that, Harry does not like Snape in the first place. So if I had been in his position, I would not have trusted that memory to be true anyway.
Could the memories have been faked in that scene? I thought those memories were pretty reliable.
I don't think so. I don't think that they're faked. I think that they can be, but Snape. The reason, so there's two. The way that gets across is in the book and the film are two different things. In the book, he borrows Dumbledore's pensieve, his memory holder device.
Mm-hmm. It's pensive.
And pensive. And puts all of his memories so that Harry doesn't accidentally get into his head. But Harry puts his face into the pensive, sees the memory, and Snape is pissed and yells about it. Whereas in the film, Harry uses Protego when Snape uses the spell Legitimens on him, and it backfires and sends Harry into his brain. And he sees the memory, and Snape just coldly says, "Your lessons are at an end, get out," which I think is much better.
Well, I understand that they probably were not faked, but at the same time,
there's an element of bias.
There is a bias there. And because Harry does not trust or like Snape, if I was in Harry's shoes, even if that was a real memory, I wouldn't trust the memory.
Mm-hmm.
Because, they kept saying in the books too, that James grew up. So he may have been a shit in 5th year, but by 7th year, he was not a shit anymore.
Yeah, his parents died, and that shifted his perspective.
Yeah.
And, Guardians of the Galaxy, no. It portrays a dad trying to redeem himself. And Civil War, it has Tony Stark feels like he is betrayed by his friend and colleague, because his friend knew that his other friend killed Tony Stark's parents and never told him. And that sparks him wanting to kill Bucky. And he's also infuriated that Captain America, the paragon of virtue that he looks up to, even if he won't admit it, is defending a murderer. Even if that murderer was not in control of himself.
Yeah.
And he is somewhat able to control himself, but Tony is...
Tony doesn't care because it hurts. because those were his parents.
Yeah.
And when you are hurt in that kind of way, you are not thinking correctly. For when you want revenge for something like that, it hurts, and the hurt is immediate. You don't want revenge if you've known this for a while.
Yeah. The only time that I can see where like revenge was like used is actually Count of Monte Cristo. This is very off topic, but Edmond Dantes is driven by revenge for most of that book and the film in 2002, which is the best adaptation of that book, like bar none. It changes some stuff, but it ultimately makes the book better because the book has a lot of like fluff in it, including kind of a like it's interesting because I believe it's Alexander Dumas who wrote it. He made it so that Edmond Dantes falls in like a young girl, like who's about like 20, who's a little bit young, quite a bit younger than Edmond Dantes, falls in love with him, and that's cut out of the film because they said like no, like he should be with the girl he wanted to be with from the beginning. That's just unsatisfying to just introduce a new love interest. You can kind of do that in a book. It's very hard to do that in a film. That's very unsatisfying.
Yeah.
But he is driven by revenge because he's put into prison by a coterie of people who are jealous of him.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the weird thing about it is we have this guy who's been put into prison for years and years, for nearly 2 decades, in a horrible, horrible prison because of a crime he didn't commit because 2 guys were jealous of him. One was jealous of his career. Another guy was jealous of the fact that he got the girl, and the other guy wanted to cover up the fact that he had a letter to his father, who was a Napoleon supporter, and he didn't want to lose his position.
Ah.
Yeah, I would love to watch that movie sometime with y'all. I think you would enjoy it.
Yeah, I think I would too.
Yeah, it's a good book too. It's a very intricate book, and Edmond Dantes is clearly a like almost a Machiavellian hero in the book, more so than he is in the film.
Nice.
But yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Movies where daddies and authority are glorified. When writers and directors dress up, throw a
Daddies and authority are glorified. Oh.
So wait, daddies are not authority figures anymore? Is that what you're telling us? Because I could have sworn that you're wrong. Ugh.
Yeah. Let's just keep going. Let's just move on.
Yes, I'm sorry.
As fantastical, hyper-stylized action spectacles. Kids may internalize harmful relationships, which movies justify as loving. An adult.
Most people, Miss Rotting Fish, can tell the difference between fiction and reality. It's not our fault that you can't.
Yeah. And it's just like, it's the thing of the children argument again, which is just like, lady, do not go there. Nobody takes that seriously. Nobody with intelligence takes that seriously. Movies with Mikey, he turns his brain off and on. He's like just right in that way.
Yeah.
I really am interested to watch back to back his what things can learn about Wonder Woman, where he mostly just talks about Marvel movies and they have bathos, versus his Last Jedi video, and then his Rise of Skywalker video, and then his Game of Thrones 2 Game of Thrones videos.
Okay.
because his opinion shifts so much over the course of those things, and it's just like, you don't like bathos when it's in Marvel movies, but you are okay with it in The Last Jedi? Okay.
The Last Jedi has Marvel humor in it. It is a Marvel-style movie, even though it's supposed to be a Star Wars movie.
Yeah, it's kind of aping Marvel humor without understanding when Marvel humor does well. Because, like, Winter Soldier doesn't have any bathos in it.
No.
Same with Civil War and Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of it in Endgame, but I'm kind of okay with it because it's 3 hours. There needs to be some kind of what's up? Yeah.
Fat Thor.
Yeah, Fat Thor. Yeah,
Mic drop.
that's why I say Beth. Yeah, Fat Thor.
Adults are given really problematic examples of parenting. It's one thing for Thanos to tell everyone, I love my daughter who I abuse all the time, if the point is that we as an audience are given the space to think, no, that's not a loving father. It's another thing entirely for the Marvel universe to...
It is possible for parents to love their children and not know how to show it. There are people like that. There are. And you don't seem to understand that, Miss Rotting Fish. Oh.
Let's
Hang
keep
on, I'm
going.
gonna get something to drink. My throat is killing me. Be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I am. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
confirm that he does, in fact, love her by rewarding him when he pushes her off a cliff.
Yes, my heart belongs to...
The Lord of the Rings. I feel like I've made my point. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Well, I think
no!
A big problem with that is kind of that you can are evil people incapable of love.
No, they're not, because even evil people have underlings and family who respect them.
Or even that they love.
Yeah.
So, love and benevolence are not the same thing.
Nope. They are not mutually inclusive, but they are also not mutually exclusive either.
And the love is ultimately based on the situation. For instance, Endgame. Black Widow sacrifices herself so that Hawkeye can be able to do it. So that implies there that that can go back to his family. That implies that it could be even like unintentional caring. And in Thanos' case, it's clearly that it is the most love that he can muster up because of who he is. He's not a good person. And it's not designed to portray him as a good person. He's just a guy who has gone on a ramp, who is deciding to do something that is really evil, and he accomplishes said goal, but he dies twice in Endgame. And I have problems with his portrayal in Endgame because it's not the same character, so it's not really that satisfying. He's more kind of one-dimensional in that film rather than three-dimensional in Infinity War. But I'm fine with it because the main characters, Tony Stark, Captain America, and to some extent Thor, are all like the same character, and they haven't betrayed their character. Thor is kind of humiliated by being made fat a little bit.
And good God, Bruce Banner.
Yeah, Bruce Banner was dumb.
They did Banner dirty.
Yeah. Well, let's see what she has to say in the last 3 minutes about Lord of the Rings.
I feel like I've made my point. I feel like you haven't.
You have made you have stated multiple points, but you have not made them. Let's go with
No, you have given us no evidence to the contrary or otherwise.
Yeah, well, and most of like her arguments are like deliberately obfuscating information, as well as like it seems like she's deliberately misreading things. Like I don't usually say this, but it's just like you're factually wrong. You're not. It's not like your opinion that this is the case. It's just that you are using either faulty information, or you are kind of lying to prove your point. That's how bad this is.
Yep.
It's that like you're either like deliberately misconstruing, or you didn't really watch the movie critically, or you are deliberately overlaying the movie with your own agenda. And it's really, really frustrating when they do things like this. Just Right is the exact same. Same with Movie Bob.
And I haven't seen Star Wars in forever because I just haven't been interested in seeing it. But even I knew those things about Star Wars after being rusty for who knows how long with my knowledge. And she's just wrong. She's just wrong when it comes to Star Wars. And we spent the majority of our time on the Star Wars section. Because that is where we had the most to say, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And now we get into Lord of the Rings, which is my hot button, because Lord of the Rings is and will forever be the best 3 movies, or the best 1 movie that I have seen or ever will see.
Yeah, I'm not really interested into Lord of the Rings myself, but I did watch those movies, and I'm certain I'm going to be able to tell when she's just making shit up. Okay, let's go.
Daddy, so I simply couldn't be back.
In The Lord of the Rings, the One Ring's greatest power is to manipulate other people's will, similar to the bugs in Wrath of Khan, or the dark side of the Force in Star Wars. But even without the ring, characters manipulate one another throughout the entire story. Over and over, we see daddies trying to bend their children to their own will. Hereditary status is like a sick obsession with most of these characters. Elrond tries to tell Arwen that
Okay, let's do that one again.
over and over.
That's not how the Force works, you idiot!
The ring, characters manipulate one another throughout the entire side of the Force in Star Wars. But even without the ring, characters manipulate one another throughout the entire story. Over and over, we see daddies trying to bend their children to their own will. Hereditary status is like a sick obsession with most of these characters.
That is because carrying on the bloodline until recently was a very big thing.
And it's still relatively big thing in terms of you want your kids to inherit something.
Yes, exactly.
And Elrond, like, he doesn't want his daughter to die.
Is it so bad that you don't? Are you seriously telling me that you think he's a bad father for not wanting his daughter to go and get herself killed? Is that seriously what you're telling us? Because that's what it seems to be.
I've heard that the Lord of the Rings movies actually action the crap out of Arwen, and in the book she's actually quite different, and it's like an amalgamation of some other character. Dunn, can you speak to that?
Okay, so I've read the Lord of the Rings books a few times, and I've watched the movies more times than I can count. So how it works is they cut out a lot of side characters that don't really work with the plot, and try to make characters that were pivotal to at least like to the plot in some measure, even if it was somewhat off screen, bigger, so that it didn't feel like it would come out of nowhere. Like in the book, Frodo and Sam and Frodo is carried away by they're helped by a guy named
Tom Bombadil?
Glorfindel. an elf named Glorfindel, and that's who Arwen takes the place of. But he doesn't show up very much. He doesn't have any bearing on the plot at all. And Arwen is just like, she appears like very briefly. Like, she doesn't even get a line until the Return of the King, when she shows up to marry Aragorn. She's referenced a few times, but because this was kind of in the days when like internal POV doesn't really happen that much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like they understood that like they needed to make Aragorn and Arwen feel satisfying and earned, and so they put Arwen in place of they don't even really make her that actiony. It's only like she carries Frodo, and she takes Frodo to Rivendell on her horse, outrunning the ring wraiths. Go for it. Sorry.
Nick Brown, the man of renown, says whatever she misinterprets in The Lord of the Rings can't be worse than the video EFAP covered a few days ago.
Oh, that one is bad.
What was the nature of that one?
Or do we not want to know?
He pretty much gets everything factually wrong and makes a lot of homophobic jokes.
Yeah.
Oh
like
dear.
Like EFAP was like, stop with the gay jokes about Frodo and Sam.
That is an intimate bromance. That's not a romance between two men. That's a bromance.
Yeah, he kept making like jokes of like Sam wanting to like either blow Frodo, take him in the anus, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
We'll have
that's
I'm
horrible.
debating whether to watch that video with you, since he covers all three movies in 1 hour and he claims that they're badly written, when in fact he gets everything factually wrong. And even
Okay, so you're telling me that he thinks that he can cover all three of those massive movies in one single hour. There's
45 minutes, since he includes skits.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
I may not be a fan of Lord of the Rings, because Lord of the Rings isn't really my thing, but you need way longer than that if you're going to go in depth and cover all three of those massive movies.
Yeah, like if I were to cover that, I would need at least like, I would not do like movie by, I would not do like plot summation other than like quickly going over it at the beginning, and then I would just talk about the characters. That's what I would do if I were to do a Lord of the Rings like video. But
yeah.
Let's keep going with this lady.
Elrond tries to tell Arwen that she can't date humans. Theoden tries to tell Eowyn that she can't fight because she's no man.
What? Well, so I'm gonna go ahead and say no. No, that's bullshit, lady. That's bullshit.
Okay. Theoden never tells her that she can't fight because she's a woman. There have been shield maidens. They are she is being the leader, the member of the royal family with the people in the caves, the women and children. Yes, because she is a woman, but also because she is a figurehead, a person who can lead the people, because they trust in their kings and queens to lead them. Also, they need somebody to defend in them. Maybe it won't do much, but they at least need somebody to lead them. And when Theoden and Eomer are riding off in Return of the King, before he leaves, Theoden says, "Long may you reign when I die. He believes that he and Eomer are going to die in this battle, and that she will be the only person to lead their people. That is the opposite of what she is saying. She is so wrong.
She also completely screws up the context of I am no man.
Yeah. The I am no man is relation to a prophecy.
Yeah, because no man can hurt the Witch King of Angmar or something.
Yeah. Well, it's like, the exact prophecy is do not when the Witch King was destroying Arnor, had destroyed Arnor, and Gondor and the elves joined forces to drive the Witch King out. He fled and made the prince's horse almost buck him off, nearly humiliating him, and he ran away into the shadows. The prince was about to pursue him, but Glorfindel said, "Do not pursue him. He will not return to these lands," meaning the north of Arnor, which is kind of the area where the Shire is.
Mm-hmm.
And far off yet is his doom, and not by the hand of man shall he fall. And it's kind of an allusion to Macbeth and such like. Where
the technical prophecy.
Yeah. Where you have, I might even do a video, because I wrote an essay for a Tolkien thing, or at least started, but I never, but they ended up not doing that kind of essay. And I was just like, oh, that's fine.
Well, at least now you can use it for a video, right?
Yes, I can. I'll just do this on my own. Great. So I'm gonna do that and egg on the on.
Done? Are you okay?
Yeah, something's happening over there.
Yeah, something must.
Oh my gosh, this is stupid.
Okay, what happened? Done?
We can't lose, Done. There's no way out of this hell.
Who knows? Yeah.
It's like the part in the Divine Comedy where Virgil goes, "Nope, I can't do this anymore." Oh, and there he goes. Take over for whatever good this does.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't actually have much to say about Lord of the Rings, since it has never really been my thing. But yeah, that's. Oh, good
I don't think
Lord.
we can even kill the stream on our own. But you know what? There's something been bugging me this whole time. And I'm kind of curious as to what other people's takes on it are. Are you familiar with Death of the Author, and what's your thoughts on it?
Death of the Author? You're talking about that trope, I think, right?
Kind of a trope, kind of a principle, unwritten rule sort of thing.
Yes, I believe in that, because Death of the Author has happened to J.K. Rowling, I think. And
What do you
not
think
in the
Death of the
literal
Author
sense.
is?
Huh?
What do you think Death of the Author is? I don't think you're referring to the same thing.
I didn't mean literal Death of the Author. I was talking about metaphorical.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, Don.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably. I'll just drop it, and maybe we'll pick it up after the stream. But whatever.
Okay.
Sorry, my computer committed a brief moment of seppuku. The
fish killed your computer.
Yeah.
It's reaching out, and it's killed the furries. And now it's coming for the machines.
Well, technically the vampire, since Soren Markov is my avatar, so. Right.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Let's finish this off.
Oh no!
Audio.
You're changing the world again. Audio.
He thinks he's. Oh.
Audio.
Okay. Let me try. Let me try this again.
Oh.
I hate it when it does that. Or I hate it when I do that.
Yeah.
I hate it when it does that.
Yes.
Well, at least you're making it far more bearable to get through that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Let's.
Can't fight because she's no man. Denethor tries to burn his son alive because he's got this whole inferiority complex about not being the actual king daddy of Gondor. Each one of these children
Oh, good lord.
No.
I don't think that's how that works.
No, that's not how that works. Even
Denethor's gone crazy and thinks his son's dead. He's delusional. There's a big difference. He's not committing, and he thinks that the war is lost. He sees the giant army of orcs that's like over 100,000 troops and thinks, we can't win. Don't win, can't win, won't play. That's his mentality. That's what he says. You may triumph for a moment if you may triumph on the Pelennor for a day, but against the power that is rising in the east, there is no victory. That's the actual line that he says. Like that's.
Yeah, she's crazy. She's crazy.
Yeah, either that or she has a bad memory.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
And you know what? She might not have watched all the movies through, and I'm not sure she read the books either.
I don't think so either.
It's like, I think I've watched the movies more recently than she has.
Apparently,
yeah, me too. And I haven't watched them since they were in theaters, but I know better. So
apparently, like, she had a sexual awakening looking at Orlando Bloom and Liv Tyler or something like that. Like, she said something like that in the first video. And I'm just like,
oh,
okay.
Good Lord.
I did not need to know that.
No! I do not want a glimpse into your mind, Miss Rotting Fish. Okay.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Bells and chooses their own path. Well, not Faramir. He doesn't choose to be flame retardant. But curiously, Frodo, the bearer of the ring, who shoulders the heaviest weight of the quest, doesn't have a strong parental relationship in the narrative. Sure, Bilbo adopted him, but Bilbo never
because he doesn't need one. Because he doesn't need one. He's not a kid. He's short, but hobbits are short. He's a fully grown hobbit. He's not living at home. He's not living with his parents. He doesn't have a girlfriend or a wife, but he is not a child.
He is.
Do you not understand that?
He's 50 in the books.
He's 50 years old.
Hobbits have a weird life cycle. Like, I think the oldest Hobbit is Bilbo, and he lived to be
it's like 200, 300?
About 200, like 130 years. And like part of that was the help of the ring, but like both Bilbo and Frodo left to go on their respective quests in The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings when they were 50.
So yeah, I would call that the end of being a teenager for a Hobbit.
Yeah. Let's keep going, shall?
Okay, yeah, he's 50. He's an adult.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to have a father figure in the movie. He doesn't have one.
He's a property owner.
Yeah.
Like, he owns Bag End. It is his property. Like, he sells it in the book, but then he gets it back when he returns after the Scouring of the Shire, which they cut from the movie because it's not satisfying when you kind of have to deal with the second climax, especially when it's kind of a low-key climax. It works in the book, but I don't. It would not work in the film.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going. It's just getting so much wrong. It's so amazing.
Follow me. Frodo comes from this massive extended family in the Shire, and yet when the question arises who will carry the ring, no one is there to pressure Frodo into accepting it. All the other members of the council squabble over hereditary feuds passed down for generations.
Hereditary feud. It's cultural feuds between. It's cultural feuds. There's a different, well, semi-hereditary, but it's more cultural.
And he didn't need anyone pushing it on him.
Yeah, he chose it because he is he's still hooked on it.
Also,
partially.
wasn't the ring like screwing with them at the time and making them all fight?
Yes,
Kind
that's
of, yeah.
what the ring was doing.
Hereditary.
It's not a matter of family feuds. It's cultural feuds. Elves and dwarves don't like each other because in the past, like, dwarves and elves slaughtered each other over really petty things like jewelry. Let's keep going.
And call out each other's daddy.
Long has my father.
Oh, good lord.
Kept the forces of Mordor at bay.
The One Ring answers to Sauron alone.
What? That? You count that as a daddy? Oh,
The One Ring answers to Sauron alone. It has no other master, and that's a daddy. Unless, like, let's see.
He is Aragorn, son of Aragorn.
Oh,
Okay.
good lord.
That just means his
Isildur's
family
heir.
name.
Oh my gosh, that's factually like
Not
Isildur.
be destroyed, Gimli, son of Gloin, by any.
Oh, good God. This is just... Oh, my God. This is... What are you even doing, Miss Rotting Fish? Seriously?
That's like saying her full name, Nagini Fish. Ding, that's a daddy because her daddy was Mr. Fish. That's so stupid. That's what they were. That's how they identified themselves through their family names in that era.
Yeah, that's how they do it. That's how they do it. Oh my God, this is so...
It's their surname, essentially. Like, that's... Where do you think we got Johnson from?
Yeah, or Odin's son, or Thor's son, or Loki's son. That's how they used to do naming conventions before. Yes,
Okay,
those are Norse, but it's the same
Or, like,
effing difference.
Jefferson, son of Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Or, just... Let's keep going. Like, I am very glad that we got, like, Neph and Drake broke. Like,
I'm hacking up over here. I gotta mute the mic so I can cough.
yeah, just broke. But let's keep going.
Craft we here possess.
I will be dead before I see the ring in the hands of an elf.
Is that... What? What? The elf racism technically counts? No, it doesn't. What? Are you kidding me?
You could say you can use the profane version of "Are you kidding me?" Go for it.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well,
Oh my God.
Or are you crapping me? Like, you can also do,
Yeah.
are you?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Oh.
She does not know what words mean.
I love when gun disappears. There's nothing to say. It's because we're on Lord of the Rings, and I'm not a Lord of the Rings person. So of course I have nothing to say. And I would rather keep my mouth shut than make Dunn angry when he gets back by saying something wrong.
I'm not gonna get angry if you said something wrong. Don't worry.
Well, I mean, get information wrong, because it's been a long time and I only ever saw the movies once. So
Yeah. I recently watched it. I actually recently watched it with my ex-girlfriend, and she was like, "This is the This is the best movie I've ever seen in my life." And she said, like, she declared that Return of the King is my favorite movie ever. There's no question. Specifically, the 4.5 hour extended edition that we watched.
Well, duh.
Yeah, especially like she was scared crapless of Shelob because she is terrified of spiders. She like hid under the blanket rather than watch that scene because she's horrified by spiders.
Arachnophobia at its finest.
Yep, let's keep going. We got less than 2 minutes left. We can do this. We're stronger than this video.
In contrast, Frodo makes the choice himself without ulterior motive. This is why he's the best choice.
That's factually wrong. No. The ring still has something of a hold on him. Even if he's only had it for a short time, the ring still has influence on him.
The ring is a corrupting force. It would make sense.
That there is a somewhat of an ulterior motive. He might not acknowledge it, but that is still there. It isn't a deliberate ulterior motive, but it is there because that's just what the ring is.
Yeah, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I always thought that the ring had some kind of not brainwashing effect, but something that corrupted the person who held onto it for no matter how long they held it. Because that's what happened to Gollum, I think?
Yeah, that is exactly how it works.
Good, I'm remembering that correctly then.
Yeah, it very much like acts as like almost like a drug in some ways. It's kind of depending on the person. If Aragorn got it, so long as he did not face Sauron himself, he could have done very great and terrible things with it.
Yes. We talking like drug pot or drug meth?
Meth. Let's go with meth.
Yes.
Like, well, have you seen Gollum? That's clearly a meth.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, clearly.
Yeah. Like he...
meth. My precious.
What's nature's precious? What? It hates Smeagol, and Nate tells nasty lies about him. Why is it so cruel, Precious?
Yeah, that is basically what it is. Let's continue.
Let's go.
Yeah.
To carry the ring. Even Aragorn and Gandalf, our most noble sword and magic wielding heroes, no, they must not take the ring. They're too entrenched in paternalistic power structures. And later,
that word! Oh my god, she cannot let that word go. That is
paternalistic power structures. That is factually wrong.
And that word, I do not think that's even a word.
So here is why Gandalf says no. He says, I am going to quote the movie verbatim.
Go for it.
Don't tempt me, Frodo. I would use it initially to do good, but through me, it would wield a power too great and terrible to imagine.
Because isn't in the deeper lore, isn't Gandalf like one of the literal gods of this world or something like that?
I thought he was an angel.
Yeah, he is an angel. Like, think of it like you have God, Eru Iluvatar, then you have the Valar, which are the kind of lesser gods or archangels. Then you have Maiar, which are like demigod spirits.
Mm-hmm.
And Sauron and Gandalf are the same type of Maiar, but Sauron had a much more powerful Valar, giving him strength, and Gandalf was inherently limited by his power. Like, for instance, like the Balrog is on Gandalf's tier in terms of like they're the same race. Acer
You
power.
shall not pass.
Yeah, isn't that scene so awesome?
Yes, it's amazing. It's amazing. I used that somewhere else as a reference to Lord of the Rings.
I think that's one of the Lord of the Rings memes everyone knows.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. We got only a little bit left. Okay, now she's talking about Boromir.
Oh, good lord. Great.
Because he's just got approved paternalistic power structures. And later, Boromir tries to steal the ring because he's just got to prove to Daddy that he's the best boy. With every line Boromir speaks,
Prove to Dad that
Prove to Dad that he's the best
that's
boy.
okay.
That's a massive reduction at best.
So
That's not.
I forgot how wrong she was.
I don't think that's
okay.
That's not accurate. That's not accurate at all.
He is not even remotely competitive with his little brother.
No.
He loves his little brother. He is defending his little brother to his dad, saying you give him no credit, and yet he tries to do what you want to do your will, or do what you want him to do. He is openly calling out his dad as an asshole. He knows fully he is doing it because it is his duty to his country. He says, I only ask for the strength to defend my people. Yes, he's been sent on this job by his father, and he's saying, bring me back this mighty gift to Boromir, but his main thing seems to be focusing on protecting his people. Like he says, long has my father, the steward of Gondor, kept the forces of Mordor at bay. On the blood of our people are your lands kept safe. Let us give Gondor the weapon of the enemy. Let us use it against him. I have those lines memorized off the top of my head.
Yep.
I haven't watched those movies in a month or two. It's so.
Oh wow, is that recurring?
Yeah, well, I watched.
Yeah, you probably watched those as much as I watched the original Avengers.
Well, like I watched it like in full for the first time in like I've watched it once a year for the last 2 years, and like I do remember at one point I think it was last year or the year before, but I binged them all in one day with a group of friends.
Wow. That's what, 9 hours?
No, it's 12.
Oh, 12. Oh, good God.
Yeah, like Lord of the Rings altogether is longer than Game of Thrones Season 1, Breaking Bad Season 1, and Last Kingdom, respectively.
Wow. Yeah.
It's actually longer than it's longer than any single season of Game of Thrones. Let's keep going, shall we?
Yes, please.
I can imagine his dad yelling that same crap at him when he was a kid.
I cannot.
That person. Okay, I need some context.
With every line Boromir speaks, you can imagine his dad yelling that same crap at him when he was a kid.
I cannot.
Those two are not connected. That isn't
A ring is a closed circle, a symbol of respect.
Oh, good. Oh,
I
no.
care-
I can
I
already tell that this is not accurate at all.
Well,
What the hell are you smoking?
Well, even like he just said, like, okay, so the context of that is like like he picks up the ring, and he says, "It is a strange thing that we should suffer so much fear and doubt." Now I'm turning this into a Lord of the Rings quote-a-thon. This is what we're reduced to. We have to quote the dang movie.
It's okay.
And so he says, and then like such a little thing, and Aragorn tells him to give the ring back to Frodo, and he's like, he silently like walks it back, and he says, "Here, I care not. It's fine." And then he ruffles Frodo's hair like an affectionate big brother.
Yeah.
It's like even in the quote, like what she's saying, like doesn't mix. It's so weird. All right, let's keep going. Let's finish this. I gotta get to writing something, or else I'm gonna go nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been at this for 4 hours. I need to eat something and go to the bathroom. I do not want to eat her. No way.
Oh no. Yeah, no.
No way. I do
No
not
way.
want to. No.
She's a rotting fish. I've been saying it the whole stream.
Yep.
She's not good for you. For any of us.
Yeah, I imagine she secretes venom out of her every orifice of her body.
Everything.
Yes. Yes,
Alrighty.
I believe you're right.
Let's go.
Restrictive order. It can be a sign that you belong to another person. Closed circle.
The ring is okay.
A ring is a closed circle. A symbol of restrictive order. It can be a sign that you belong to another person. A ring is also very often a family heirloom. And since the greatest power of the One Ring is that it can bend another being to your will, it is the physical manifestation of an abusive parent telling their child,
What? What was that? What? No! No! The closest thing the Horcrux is, the ring. The closest thing to which the ring I could compare it to would be probably the Horcrux in Harry Potter.
Yeah, also, here's the thing. Like, in Tolkien's notes, like, this is, like, something fun that I, like, learned in my Tolkien class, is that the ring is more feminine than it is masculine.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is a... Like, what? Because like you both have like the Freudian imagery of the ring around a finger, where the ring wants to get back to Sauron, its husband, and is manipulated.
Oh. I had never actually thought about it that way.
Yeah, and it's kind of that, and kind of the almost the Freudian thing of like the peenie and the vagini.
Yeah.
And so like it's a marriage that's, and it's representation of marriage. But that's like stuff that you can read into Tolkien, like and like you can kind of see because of the text. This is just kind of reading way too much into it. Like Tolkien did use symbology in it. He was subtle about it, but you can read into it. And, like, I actually did learn about this in my Tolkien class, where he like talks about how the feminine in Tolkien is usually portrayed as either as dark femininity is never beautiful. The only feminine evil characters are giant spiders and the ring. All other females in Tolkien's world are treated with respect and reverence.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that.
So, but, like, Chat, what do you think of that analogy? Does that work?
I think it does.
I thought the ring was like a pledge of fealty. It's like if you wear the ring, you are saying that maybe they didn't know this at the time, but if you wear the ring, that means that you are pledging your loyalty to Sauron.
Not necessarily.
And that Sauron is your master.
If it was one of the lesser rings, he would slowly take control of them, other than the 3 elven rings. It was only the human rings that were untainted by Sauron, and the dwarves are just too stubborn for.
They're too dwarvish.
Yeah, they're too dwarvish. They're too stubborn.
Yeah, I thought that was like a Goldilocks thing. It's like the elves were too far above it, the dwarves didn't care enough, but the humans were just right, and they wound up getting screwed the hardest.
Yeah.
And getting enslaved in precisely the way Sauron wanted.
Yeah. However, the elven ring bearers still had to take off their rings when they figured out that Sauron had created a master ring, and the only way they could put them back on was after he was destroyed and didn't have the ring anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people that have the equivalent power level to Sauron to overthrow him and break and use the ring against him. Saruman is one, Galadriel is another, and Gandalf is a third. Aragorn could, so long as he had other things, other people, break Sauron down. If he were to approach Sauron one-on-one with the ring, Sauron would take the ring. I actually would love to watch a Lord of the Rings what if video, a couple of Lord of the Rings what if videos, because I think that would be interesting to take a look at.
Yes, it would be.
Did you know that Games Workshop made Lord of the Rings games?
I did not know that.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, I've actually played some of them. I actually played as Sauron against a guy using Aragorn. It was actually pretty close because Aragorn is kind of busted.
Yeah.
It's like Aragorn can wound anything on a die roll of 4+, even Sauron. And Sauron's major gimmick is that so long as he doesn't roll a 1, he wins the combat, and that's how you do damage.
Nice. So we seem to have lost a lot of our audience. We're down to 4 people watching.
Oh dear. We only had 7 at the highest, I think.
I think that was 10 actually.
Oh. Huh.
It was like 10 or 11, I think. Let's finish this thing up.
Let's finish.
Oh, less than a minute left.
Just do what I say. The One Ring, more than anything else, is a concrete symbol of the authoritarian nature of the patriarchy.
No! No! The ring is the bride!
I just went into a whole diatribe about how that is factually wrong.
Maybe you should have waited.
How it was wrong under Tolkien's actual notes. That is about as authoritative as you can get, and thank you for that, by the way, Dunn. I will take that away.
I at least think I believe it was, since I know that it is more Freudian than patriarchal. That's what he was taking it from Jung. You can totally read a lot of Tolkien's letters and figure out what he meant and what he intended, who Tom Bombadil is. Basically, Tom Bombadil is basically his kid's Winnie the Pooh. He would tell his kids stories about Tom Bombadil all the time, and he put Tom Bombadil into the book for his kids.
Yep.
Because he just I use this analogy and just said after he said there was this man called Tom who would tell stories about Tom Bombadil, and I just said to the professor, so essentially Tom Bombadil is this kid's Winnie the Pooh, is the Tolkien kid's Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, not surprising in the least.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Shit into the fires of Mount Doom. But hey, you don't have to do what I tell you. After all, I'm not your daddy. Or am I?
My heart.
Thank you to all my patrons who
Alrighty,
helped
we're
make it possible.
done.
Thank God, we're done. Thank God. Oh.
Free at last. I don't care about the credits.
Yeah, I don't care about the credits either.
How does she even
Oh
have
God, that was
patrons,
horrible.
for God's sake.
So, okay, so was this better or worse than the Bad Daddies video? Or were they about the same?
I didn't see that one, and I have no interest in doing it.
That you asked that done.
What?
That you ask that. That you need to ask that.
Okay. So this is worse. So this is worse. So this was worse.
Yes, it's a worse.
Oh, good.
It's
I didn't
worse.
miss out on anything. Alrighty.
It's like she watched every single piece of media with really bollock stuff subtitles and missed everything. It's like she watches everything through a lag that stripped all meaning away from when I was watching
It's like
Last Kingdom. It's like she watched everything like that.
It's like she watched everything with the subtitles on, and the subtitles gone through several languages in Google Translate before being translated back in English. I'm not kidding.
Probably. Yeah, we would.
Oh, thank God we don't have to deal with the credits.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, we have hit the 4.5 hour
There's a new
mark.
cat at the door.
Thank you to everybody who came on, including the death, those who
Crow
died.
and Hex.
Yeah.
You shall both be missed.
Yeah, I'm and alrighty. So thank you all. I am glad
You
that
better.
I could. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for suffering through this. I am very appreciative of all the time that you guys have spent with me, and thank you to my lovely audience. Best chat. Thank you all. But we will say goodbye, and we're gonna probably be in the Discord in a little bit to kind of quickly go over like what we thought of like the differences between the Vader scene in Empire with the Emperor. But we're just going to end the stream now and get back to you later. Thank you. Bye.